Do that yesterday, so I had to do it today. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 in beautiful Santa Barbara. We will begin with tab number 18 this morning, and we'll try to get through this a little bit quicker than we did yesterday. So as you're speaking, please don't take 3 hours, Paul, to tell us about this. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Madam Chair, we need to start with roll.
Oh, I'm sorry, roll call.
And I can give webinar instructions.
Yeah, I'm trying to get through really quickly.
Thank you.
Skip everything and go to the end.
That's all right. That's what we're here for. Commissioner Bradshaw.
Here.
Commissioner Davis. Here. Commissioner Falcone.
Here.
Commissioner Grisby.
Present.
Vice Chair Guardino.
Present.
Commissioner Lugo.
Here.
Commissioner Liu.
Here.
Commissioner Martinez.
Present.
Commissioner Norton.
Present.
Commissioner Tavaloni.
Present in the house. There she is. Hey, President.
Present.
President.
Commissioner Tavaloni. I know he was attempting to log on. Chair Eager.
Here.
Senator Newman.
Here.
Assemblymember Friedman. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. And would you like to give us some instructions?
I would
before
love to
Paul
do that.
takes over? Thank you.
Welcome to day 2 of the October 2022 CTC meeting. The meeting agenda is located on our website, www.catc.ca.gov. Any document the CTC creates can be translated into any language you need. Simply email us at ctc@catc.ca.gov and we can have them translated and returned to you as quickly as possible. For our presenters, if you're on the agenda to make a presentation remotely, please do your best to be succinct and turn on your camera if you have one. For our members of the public, for those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk, and that's me, and the speaker slips are available near the front door, and to let us know you want to comment on an item. For those attending remotely via GoToWebinar, you should see the webinar control panel, likely located on the right-hand side of your screen. There you will find the raise hand feature as well as questions tab. We encourage you to use the raise hand feature as early into the item as you can to give the system time to acknowledge you. Alternately, you may use the questions tab to submit your comment. Please be sure to include the agenda item number you are commenting on. Commission staff will read the comment on your behalf. Please remember each registered attendee is provided a unique link. Those should not be shared as they can create confusion for staff. For our commenters, please also do your best to be concise, and please try not to be repetitive. If you cannot provide new, if you wish to repeat what the previous speaker said, simply make that statement. Since we often have many speakers, we ask that you make your point in 3 minutes or less. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I swallowed. Thank you. And now we will turn it over to Paul to give us some state and federal legislative matter updates.
Thank you. Tab 19, it's an action item to accept the staff report, which contains a list of bills that we monitored this legislative session and their final outcome.
We're on tab 18, correct?
Sorry, yes, 18.
Okay.
Sorry. Tab 18. So I just want to highlight there were 4 bills signed into law that directly affect the commission. 3 of these bills relate to the commission's responsibility to approve relinquishments, including AB 512 by Assemblymember Holtman that authorizes relinquishments of infrastructural barriers. We're not anticipating significant workload increases from these 3 bills. The last bill, though, that was signed into law that affects the commission, SB 1121 by Senator Gonzalez, will add significant new workload for us. Secretary Shocking had talked about this bill yesterday during his remarks, and what it does is it requires the commission by January 2025 and every 5 years thereafter to prepare a needs assessment of the cost to operate, maintain, and provide for growth of the state and local transportation system. And when this bill was being heard in the legislature and the fiscal committees, we had identified a need for 1 supervisory transportation planner position and $300,000 for a consulting contract to prepare this assessment. So with the bill signed, we'll be seeking these resources through the state budget process to ensure we can implement the legislation. And regarding federal matters, since the commission last met, the president signed into law the Inflation Reduction Act. And this bill contained a couple of new funding streams for transportation, though it was not primarily a transportation bill. But I did note the conversation yesterday from commissioners regarding the neighborhood access and equity grants. And so staff will be working on looking into whether our ATP applicants who can't fund could potentially access these federal funds. And that concludes my remarks, and I would recommend approval of this item.
Thank you. Vice Chair Gardino, did you have a question?
Yes, and this can be handled offline, of course, but Paul and Tanisha, Mitch, we will be looking to you for guidance on how our state can be as competitive as possible on the 3.2 billion and what I would call ATP funds, what they call the Neighborhood Access and Equity Competitive Grant Program.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be looking into that program.
If we can find out what the timeline, process, NOFO, et cetera, is, we have a lot of safety improvements that we can implement. Thank you, sir.
Any other commissioners? Yes, Senator.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to say this is the nicest destination wedding I've ever been to. Thank you for inviting me. But as the Senate's representative to the commission, I just want to commend commission staff for all their fine work this year. It's been a pleasure to work with the executive director, with Paul, with Justin, with the rest. Look forward to continuing that work. Well done.
You can say thank you.
Senator, we're fortunate to have a senator as engaged as you have been.
Absolutely.
That is kind of you. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions from commissioners? And I will entertain a motion to accept the report.
So moved.
Second, Martinez. Davis Martinez, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You're still on mute, Paul.
Yeah, so now we're on tab 19.
Yes.
And this is an information item. Keith Duncan from Caltrans Division of Budgets will give an update on state budget issues and our funding capacity. I just wanted to note first that Keith is going to discuss some steps that Caltrans is going to take to ensure effective management of our cash resources so we don't risk any of our funds lapsing. And that includes managing the $1 billion general fund augmentation for the active transportation program. And Caltrans has briefed commission staff on this issue, and we agree with their analysis how to manage these funds. And with that, I'll turn it to Keith. He's virtual today.
Do we have Keith?
Yes, we're going to get him unmuted right now. Keith, you should be able to unmute yourself and make your comment. All right, Keith, you're now a panelist.
There we go. Thank you very much. Good morning and happy Thursday, Madam Chair, Commissioners. As mentioned, Keith Duncan, Caltrans Division of Budgets, and I'll be providing a brief budget and allocation capacity update for you today. Next slide, please. As noted on the slide, through the first meeting of the fiscal year, the Commission has allocated $2 billion of the total $15.6 billion allocation capacity. This represents about 13% allocated through the year, with the primary highlight being the shop already being at just under 30% allocated for the fiscal year. Next slide, please. For this slide here, this is it pertains to what Paul was mentioning. With such a high amount of capital capacity for the current year, we wanted to share some practices and efforts that both the department and the commission staff are taking so we can maximize the available capacity available for this year. From a program management perspective, as we've seen over the last year and a half, there's been a steady increase in the number of time extensions coming to the commission for your consideration. Some of those time extensions do not have fiscal implications because it's simply just delaying a project allocation, maybe a couple months, but others may be pushing projects out maybe a year or two out, which then creates a funding gap. Basically, we have funding, but no projects to allocate. So one of the primary practices is we look to advance projects from future years. Later in the agenda, you'll see two examples of that. One for the STIP, the State Transportation Improvement Program, and one for the Active Transportation Program, where we're taking projects that were originally planned or programmed for a later year and moving it to the current year because it's ready to come forward and to begin construction. So again, trying to get that money to work as soon as possible. Specifically for the shop, we look to amend or add projects to take advantage of additional funding. Later in the agenda, you'll see a recommendation by the department to amend the 22 shop to add 26 projects. This is an opportunity for us to take advantage of the increase in federal funding that we've been able to see over the last year, especially with the passage of the IIJA. From a budgetary perspective, this is where we look to incorporate a variety of cash management practices. Some of the funding streams and revenue sources may have special requirements or limitations, so we look to incorporate allocation practices to try to meet within those limitations so we can maximize the available all funds. A couple of those examples when it comes to federal funds. We do have annual obligation requirements, so we are required to allocate or obligate all federal funds onto projects within the federal fiscal year. If for those funds that we are not able to allocate, we do lose those, never to come back again. As you've heard, California has had great success in the August redistribution process, and that's indicative of that cash management practice of simply allocating federal funds early and often in the fiscal year process. And the last bullet there, and specific to what Paul was mentioning, when it comes to the general fund for the $1 billion that was provided for the Active Transportation Program, those funds are set to lapse or expire in June of 2027. While that does sound like it's a long ways away, it is a little over 4.5 years out. And when it comes to active transportation projects, it does take on average about 4 years to deliver an ATP project through construction and through project closeout. So we're looking to begin allocating this funding onto ATP projects as soon as the upcoming meeting in December. So we can try to get those funds allocated, as well as to demonstrate that we're investing these funds as quickly as possible, because we do know that the commission has expressed interest, as well as all within transportation have expressed interest in getting additional general fund revenues, if at all possible, for the active transportation for future cycles. Next slide, please. For the federal funding update, I think Director Tavares as well as Mr. Mamano hit all the primary marks on this. California was again successful, receiving $681 million through the August redistribution process. The next closest state is the state of Texas, which received about $480 million. So California, #1 this year, another success for us. Next slide, please. This slide here is just intended to show how successful California has been over the last 10 years. Over the last 10 years, we've received just under $3.5 billion through the annual August redistribution process. And again, second place state being Texas. And you can see third, fourth, and fifth place states are well below $2 billion when it comes to the annual August redistribution process. So California continues to be successful to deliver August redistribution for both state and local projects. Next slide, please. Here, we just wanted to show how our annual August redistribution returns were from an annual basis. Here, you can just see the gradual increase since 2013. And this does cover 3 different transportation acts. MAP 21, which was 2 acts ago, was represented by the first 3 bars for 2013 through 2015. The next 6 bars are represented by the FAST Act, which spans through 2016 to 2021. And you can see the drastic increase for the last bar there on the far right for 2022. That represents the first year of the IIJA. And we anticipate that higher level over the next 4 years throughout the entirety of the IIJA. Next slide, please. A few upcoming events, just a reminder, as part of the 22-23 budget enactment was a 12-month pause to a portion of the diesel sales tax. It's not the entire diesel sales tax, just a portion of it that was originally intended for deposit into the general fund. As most of us are aware, roughly 9% of the diesel sales tax is dedicated to the public transportation account for valuable transit and rail operational needs. That funding will continue uninterrupted and is not reduced in any way by this pause. And also in relation to October 1st represents the beginning of the next federal fiscal year, which is 2023. As Mr. Mamano mentioned, there is not an annual federal budget in place. They're currently operating on a continuing resolution, which is just a short-term funding opportunity, provision of funds. Just to remind everybody, even with a continuing resolution, Caltrans, we do continue our operations, federal funded operations, uninterrupted without delay. FHWA has continued to meet its funding commitments to the state of California on an annual basis, and we do not see any reason why we cannot expect that to continue. And we did hear a rumor last night that Mr. Mamano did plan to write a check if we were not unable to meet their funding commitments. So we appreciate his opportunity there. And also for the upcoming month of January, the annual release of the governor's proposed budget, and this time for the next fiscal year of 23-24. And then beginning in January, at the January Commission meeting, we will begin sharing an overview of the next 2024 STIP fund estimate. This fund estimate process does begin in January, and it culminates in the eventual adoption of the fund estimate at the August 2024 meeting. And we'll provide subsequent updates at each commission meeting after January, and we'll also provide recommendations for the commission to take action so we can solidify the numbers that are contained within that fund estimate. Next slide, please. With that, I would like to offer my thanks to CTC staff, Caltrans Financial Programming, as well as the Caltrans Budget team for everyone's help with today's presentation, as well as another successful federal fiscal year delivery. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Keith. Do you have any questions, commissioners? Yes. As you were called yesterday, Commissioner Weiss.
I don't know if that's a promotion or what.
Yes.
Keith, I have two questions for you. You mentioned advancing shop projects. Is that true of all programs we're open for advances, we're encouraging advances?
Yes.
Okay, so all programs are encouraging advances. Do I have that right?
That's what I'm aware of. Yes, I am encouraging advancements because we have so much funding across many of our programs, and we saw a lot of carryover from last year. So we're trying to encourage advancements much earlier in the fiscal year than we normally would.
Thank you, Keith. My second question, you mentioned the general fund and the active transportation program. The Transit Intercity Rail Capital Program also received a significant infusion of general fund. Will you be recommending the same strategy in the allocations there?
Yes, to a slightly different strategy. The TIRCP did actually build some revisions to their recent released draft guidelines to where they are going to, we do have the flexibility to either, we'll allocate the general funds as early as possible under projects, as well as the ability to move general fund projects from one project to the other, as well as if there's a downturn or a risk in losing general funds, they may even remove projects from the program. So there's the recent revisions to the fund guidelines did add some flexibility to be able to provide cash management practices to address that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Tab 20, Laura.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tab 20 is an informational item which will feature some brief presentations from the Federal Aviation Administration, Caltrans Division of Aeronautics, and the California Airports Council, which represents airport operators. This is a follow-up presentation to the one that you received back in March regarding challenges and opportunities facing aviation in California. This presentation is intended to highlight the collaboration that Commission staff has been undertaking over the past 6 months with partners to try and address some of those challenges. So with that, I am pleased to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Mark McClarty with the Federal Aviation Administration, who will be joining us virtually today.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was there yesterday and wasn't able to make it face to face. My preference is always to do these face to face, but heard a lot of really good information yesterday. So I think what I'm going to say today is going to kind of help support a lot of what the commission's doing. So first of all, thank you for the invite. I agree. Since my last March report to the commission, there have been many productive follow-up discussions between CTC, members of CTC, and also Caltrans Aeronautics. And I remain very optimistic that working together, we can kind of advance to the point where we're ensuring that the airport system is also giving the support it needs to meet all of your state needs. And we do want to meet your state needs. We think that there's some things that the airport system in California can do to contribute to all the great things that the state's doing. Next slide, please. So today I'm going to start off by doing a short recap of the historical funding for California airports. Some as I showed you before, basically data that we have between FY federal fiscal year rather 2015 all the way up to 2022, so September 30th this year. I do believe that we have to look at the past data that helps us fully understand the future opportunities before us. Afterwards, I would like to focus most of my presentation and my time on looking forward. I'm going to want to discuss some opportunities to provide additional funding and support, and consider ways to direct your cash in a way that it's going to really help us target monies towards some of the priorities that the state has. Some of the things I heard about yesterday. Finally, I'm going to leave you with a few recommendations for moving forward. So with that said, with the next slide, please. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because a lot of this you've seen already. I just want to explain a couple of things and give you a few takeaways. So I want to start with the information that's in red font. When I was here last March, I did talk about formula fund, federal AIP formula funds that are being lost. These are funds that have a 4-year shelf life. So when you look at these numbers, for example, FY15 numbers of lost formula funds to some of the smaller airports in the state, those funds were issued as early as FY11. So what you're looking at is the 4th year when these funds were disappearing. So you can kind of look and see kind of what's been happening since FY15. You may look at 16 and 17 and see that there's like an anomaly there. And I want to explain a little bit about what happened there. So as I mentioned when I did my presentation before, my region basically covers California, Arizona, Nevada, Hawaii, and then the territories out in the Pacific. So we were paying attention to this happening and occurring throughout the region. So we reached out to all of our state partners to let all of them know and to try to bring attention to it around the time that, 2015, 2014-ish. What happened in 2016 is we had partnered, or we reached out to our partners from the airports, Association of California Airports, to see if they can kind of help find ways to make sure that they're having conversations with some of the airport sponsors, so that instead of losing money, maybe you could transfer it to someone else who can use it in exchange for them giving it back when they were ready. And as you can see, for those 2 fiscal years, we did see some success, but unfortunately, it was not sustainable. As you can imagine, it's a lot of work. Everybody has to be open to it, and it really showed itself not to be the fix, although it did help those 2 years. So I guess my takeaway really is that if you look at it, we've been averaging in the state of California a little bit over $4 million a year of lost funds. And I'm pretty confident if we don't figure out a way to kind of correct this, if I come back in 2032, we're going to see the same trend. And if I happen to look back at the numbers before 2015, I'm sure we're going to see the same trend, because this is kind of the trend. So that's kind of the takeaway for the red. I just want to put this all on one sheet so you can kind of see what was happening each fiscal year in terms of expired formula funding. And then now I'm going to talk a little bit about state and federal funding. If you look at the blue, and I want to make sure I had good numbers because there's a lot of information out there. So I did reach out to Caltrans just to validate the money that they provided for state match for AIP monies for the fiscal years that I mentioned. So this money has been validated up with the exception of FY22, which just ended. I won't say what the numbers are, but you can look at the numbers and you can kind of see kind of what's happening and how much the state has put towards the federal money. And then in the burnt red, that basically symbolizes what percent of the federal money was matched by state money. So if you look down again, there's an anomaly there in FY20 and 21 because of COVID. Congress allowed for the federal share for AIP to be 100%, so state money wasn't required. Don't have the numbers for 22, but if you look at FY 15 to 19, state gave a little bit about $7.1 million in state match, and that accounted for about a little bit over half or 1% of the federal money being matched. So that's kind of what's happening. And that just wanted to kind of put the numbers there. And with my presentation to CTC, I had included with 2 exhibits that basically show itemized airport by fiscal year, exactly where these numbers are coming from. So if anybody wants to look at it, you can see exactly where the data is coming from. So that's that. That's basically the takeaway is that we want to see what we can do to stop the leakage. And then more importantly, we want to see what we can do to bring more money to you to try to meet some of these priorities, because I think that's something that is right now a gap that we haven't really addressed yet. Go to slide 4, please. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. This is just some of the other money that was provided, federal money that was provided for airports between FY20 and 2022. You can see how much supplemental was spent, was provided, how much CARES, ERISA, ARPA, and then of course last year was the first year for Bill.
Mark, this is Mitch. If I could just interrupt for a minute, because we're kind of pressed for time. If we could get you to, because we have the handout, so we can make sure the commissioners have all that. Can we jump to slide 8, the suggestions for the California Transportation Agency consideration? So I think that's kind of I want to make sure we hit that main takeaways.
I can do that, yes.
Thank you.
But I would just say, look at slide 7 as well, because I put some suggestions on some targeted areas. But slide 8, we can go to 8. I think that's a couple of slides more. Another one, please.
Working on it.
Okay. So my suggestions, one of the things that has happened that I think has been really helpful is that the inclusion of some of the airport stakeholders like Association of California Airports and California Airports Council. Because we work with these airports on an individual basis, they understand how to work with us. They understand how to make pitches to us. Part of the problem I'm seeing is that while we're giving out money working on an individual basis, we're not really reaching the system benefits. That's the thing that we're not reaching. And that's one of the reasons why when you go to step 2, I've been focusing so much on your CASP. Really, I think my recommendation and my request for this group is to really kind of think about what kind of system you want, because there's money that's targeted for Bill and AIP that I think will help address, and a lot of it's on slide 7, the slide before, some of the programs that we're not even tapping into from a system basis. So there's some opportunities for us to try to make sure that we're helping the airport system contribute to some of the things that I heard you talk about yesterday in terms of environment, equity, air quality, so on and so forth. So my second recommendation is that you really kind of think about that. I think what goes with that is funding. We're able to work with our sponsors and incentivize them to do what our federal priorities are, because we're basically giving 90 cents to a dollar for every dollar in federal money to the small airports, and up to 75 cents per dollar for the big airports. So that's our incentive to get them to kind of look at what we want in terms of federal priorities. We want to invite the state to participate a little bit more in that role as well, and work together with you to try to incentivize and help these airports help your state priorities. And that's a missing piece right now, I see, in terms of a future opportunity. And then the third thing here is basically that there's CASP as your blueprint. Even for bill funding, and I'm really looking at that, because we don't know yet. I showed a slide showing how much bill money was given in 22. A lot of that was formula money, a little bit discretionary. We're not sure if it's not obligated within the 4-year life, then some of that may get lost. We don't want that to happen. But there's certain things that bill is funding that we're able to fund on the bill that we weren't historically able to fund under AIP, many of which align with your state priorities. I really think that while we work with the airport sponsors individually and they make their case on what this is going to do locally, it's a good case. I think linking it to a state priority is a better case. That enhances the case. And I'm hoping that we can work together to get to the point where the CAS basically inventories what you need and directs kind of what you want, and we can kind of all work towards meeting these system priorities. So that's kind of my answer on these 3 bullets.
Thank you.
So with that, I'll open it up just to keep you on track. What questions?
Thank you, Mark. That's an excellent segue for our next speaker on this item, which is Marlon Flournoy from the Division of Aeronautics at Caltrans, who's responsible for preparing the CAS.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, thanks, Laura. Also, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for the opportunity to provide a brief update on the Division of Aeronautics. My name is Marlon Flournoy, and I'm acting as the Division Chief for the Division of Aeronautics. The Division of Aeronautics roughly includes about 25 staff, that are stewards of public safety and are advocates for airport sustainability. And the division's core activities as articulated in state law include rigorous airport and heliport inspection and permitting, funding of capital and planning projects, guidance of airport land use compatibility planning, as well as safety evaluations of proposed development near airports. Advancements in electric aircraft, automated flight, as well as airspace integration have created new and innovative ways for transporting people and cargo. Caltrans must ensure that these technologies are adopted in a manner that is sustainable, equitable, as well as economically beneficial to all communities. As such, the division is aligning with its activities with Caltrans strategic objectives, such as equity, multimodal transportation, and climate action. We're starting with a new mission statement, which includes to provide a safe and reliable aviation transportation network that serves all people and respects the environment. We've identified 3 strategic priorities, which include enhancing how we collect, analyze, and report on aviation data, improving engagement and alignment with federal partners and airport customers, and leveraging additional Caltrans resources, developing strategic partnerships, and implementing the latest technologies that can help achieve state goals. Next slide. Now, developing a mission statement and strategic priorities are a critical first step to implementing the 2020 California Aviation System Plan, also known as the CASP, which was adopted by the CTC August of 2021. The CASP is a comprehensive and visionary statewide document that guides the division's work and includes actionable steps to address wide-ranging topics, including sustainability, multimodal planning, emerging technologies, as well as daylighting gaps between the division's historic system planning and FAA needs and expectations. CAS recommends the CAS recommendations that we're already implementing include increasing Caltrans and FAA coordination, reviewing aviation planning best practices from other states, and also developing state-level aviation funding priorities, which will help shape existing funding from the federal government, as well as facilitate the flow of new money coming into California. I would like to conclude by extending my sincere appreciation to Commission staff, FAA, and our community of airports for their longstanding commitment, partnership, and support. And happy to conclude my presentation just to keep us on track. So thank you.
Thank you, Marlon.
Any questions for Marlon? Okay, great. Thank you. So last but certain, oh, sorry.
Was there another presentation?
We have
Yes,
one more.
there's one more, and then I'll call on commissioners. Yes, thank you.
That's your job. So our last presenter today will be Jim Lights, who is here on behalf of airport operators.
Good morning, everyone. You can hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Jim Lights, and I serve as the Executive Director of the California Airports Council. We comprise the 31 commercial airports in the state. And I'm also here today on behalf of the Association of California Airports, which is more of a general aviation-oriented organization that we partner with quite a bit. Just wanted to highlight a couple of things. Commercial airports set passenger records in 2016, 17, 18, and 19. On the slide there, we hit our high water mark of 123 million passengers in 2019. As you can see, that dropped by 2/3 in 2020, came back to 70 million in 2021. We anticipate 2022 will be back in the 100 million passenger neighborhood. And each airport was a little different. The average drop was 2/3 in 2020. Some experienced a little less than that. Some experienced as much as 80+% drop in passengers. In terms of what Mark with the FAA was talking about, in terms of additional funding, most of our smaller and medium-sized airfields would really benefit from any additional funds that we may be able to secure from the FAA. On the general aviation ACA side, as you can see there on the slide on the right side, much of the activity at those airfields is related to fire, aerial firefighting support, medical flights, and flight training, as well as advanced air mobility, where we're seeing some of the smaller electric aircraft startup companies that are going to look to do what you might call the last mile from an airport to a meeting destination. Next slide, please. The bar chart here simply reflects some of the same numbers that Mark had in his slides, just in a different format. Again, the bang for the buck here is very, very strong, where the FAA basically pays a little bit more than 90 cents on the dollar, and we come up at the state or plus airport local funding of 9.66%. So it's really a great opportunity wherever we may be able to get some additional money. And we stand ready to lend airport personnel to this potential partnership with the state to help further develop the CAF. One last thing I'd like to mention, last slide please, that is actually not in the slides. Quite a bit of discussion yesterday and in other forums about electrification. Airports too are embarking on that to support electric shuttles, airfield ground service equipment, passenger parking, charging stations, and then certainly ultimately supporting rental car electric fleets. What we wanted you to know is that airports are embarking on these investments, but the utility companies, be it municipal or investor owned, are telling us that it would be at least 3 years, if not 4 or 5, before they could meet the electrical load at a given airport that is on the drawing board. And so this creates some challenges for our smaller airports in terms of how fast they engage in those electrification investments. And with that, I will end there and happy to join in answering any questions. Thank you once again for the opportunity to present.
Thank you. Commissioner Lugo.
Thank you, Chair Eager, and thank you, Mark, Marlon, and Jim for the presentation. Thank you, Laura, for the item. I recently became aware of the work that's happening around urban air mobility and advanced air mobility, and was really surprised to learn that folks at Caltrans are expecting this stuff to be in operation within the next 5 years. And so I wanted to highlight what right now seems to be a serious gap in terms of our planning around equity as this technology gets rolled out into urban and rural areas. So I would love to hear about targeted work groups or investment that's happened around actually sketching out equity guidelines or frameworks as it applies to advanced air mobility. I have not been able to find anything happening in that area, just kind of need. And I'm concerned that this continues a longstanding pattern in terms of new tech rolling out without our government agencies really being partners to overburdened communities around ensuring that they are not going to be taking on burdens as part of these things. Because when you talk about urban air mobility, as someone who lives in Los Angeles, I think of LAPD helicopters. And those are not largely thought of as a really great thing for communities or something that enhances quality of life in urban neighborhoods. So yeah, would love to hear about existing work in this area. And if it's not happening, just want to signal the need for investment very soon in getting some good rigorous work off the ground, and the need for our new interagency equity committee to be engaged on this topic as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Commissioner Lugo. Marlon, do you want to speak to anything that the department has underway on this?
Yeah, for sure. Commissioner Lugo, really appreciate your comments, and I couldn't agree more, with your assessment. And we are just now actually starting to get organized around a lot of these activities with the new advanced air mobility types of initiatives that we're going to be starting to see. And I'll definitely make sure. I think there are a lot of opportunities to work with the the equity committee as part of the commission goes, but also be thinking about how to have that robust engagement with communities across the state. And so I'll definitely make sure that I relay your concerns to the staff, and we'll certainly make sure that we work with the commission staff as well, as we're planning out our activities. And so we'll certainly have more to share moving forward.
I just want to echo and say thank you, Commissioner, for that comment. That is a concern I have as well. I think the thing I just want to leave you with is that this federal administration is really targeting things and areas and communities that we never were able to target before, and we are behind. We would like to partner in any way we can, and I'm sure that Jim and the California group, airport groups would as well, because we don't want underserved communities, whether urban or rural, to miss out on this. And there's opportunities, and there will be funding opportunities to kind of support these activities. So we want to just echo our appreciation and agreement with exactly what you said. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Norton?
Yes, I actually want to thank Commissioner Lugo for her question, because it was along the lines of what I was wanting to ask with a little bit of a change. And that is, there are, with the eVTOLs coming in and there are takeoff and landing fees, are there ways in which expanding the opportunities for EV power and looking at some fees, because this could be a way of expanding and amplifying our EV grid systems? How can we make sure that applications for EV grid improvements at, say, a Whiteman Airport or a Van Nuys Airport, places that have a lot of low-income communities nearby, that improvement actually expands to the grid in the entire area, and that even the landing fees might be able to be used to ensure that there's equitable access, but also equitable access to the services. We're hearing more and more that there are ambulances that are compromised, and that we need more service for people who might need emergency services, especially the low-income community. Are there ways in which you have the ability to talk about this industry having an equity platform and using some of its money and services to, when you gain access to your sites, to also make sure that there's a plan to serve the community?
You want to take a stab at that, Jim, or?
Yeah, I'm happy to. That's a very interesting notion in terms of how landing fees could be used. I think, we'd have to talk a little bit with Mark and his colleagues at the FAA, because there are some use restrictions on airport revenues, but the extent to which we can see that these new revenues really support the surrounding communities, we are happy to examine how we can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I guess what I would just echo, because this is where I have to be a little careful, because we're going to have to objectively review a proposal that we get. But this is where I believe Jim and the groups can work with you, because they do make pitches all the time for us to do things that are a little different than what is normally done. And many times we're able to kind of figure out how to accommodate that. So this is where I just think having the smart people in the room kind of brainstorming something to propose to us can probably get us something better than what we got today. Maybe support some of that.
Any other commissioner questions? Yes, Commissioner Falcone.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I think I brought this up maybe a few months ago, but as we're looking at implementing CAPTI, are there opportunities, particularly from the Federal Aviation Administration, on pursuing cleaner jet fuels? I know that there's a lot of R&D out there. I just did a tour of Imperial Valley a couple of weeks ago, and there is aggressive research going on there, for example, on algae-based jet fuel. So I want to know if there is any active pursuit on cleaner jet fuels and infrastructure to support the fueling.
Yes, there are some things that are happening. Some of which there's some policies still being developed. Some of which there's money to kind of entertain some of this. There's right now we're authorized to provide some grant funding for aircraft fueling systems at GA airports to look at alternative fueling opportunities. That's something that we're not necessarily tapping into system-wide as much as we probably can. There's a program that's out there of energy, and this is in my slide 7 as well, by the way. Energy efficiency of airport power sources program that's providing funding for energy assessments, audits, implementation of energy reduction measures. Again, that's not getting into the clean stuff, but it's still getting into energy reduction. Energy supply redundancy microgrids program, there's a program for that. Airport sustainability. So I think there's pieces out there, because I think the agency is looking at, and then there's also some efforts to kind of work towards eliminating lead. I know that's an issue that's out there as well, where the agency is working with industry on that to eliminate all leaded aviation fuel by 2030. So there's a lot of things kind of happening. And I think, to be honest with you, I think what I'd like to be in a position to do with this commission and the California state agencies in general, I'd like, because you're leaning forward in so much stuff. In many ways, you're further ahead and further along than the federal government is. I think there's opportunities to kind of have you pitch something to us that you think may be of value, and then that helps us kind of define kind of how to use the things that are out there to kind of address it. So I guess I want to kind of open that opportunity. I think that's where partnering with the airport groups will help as well. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but there are programs out there that we're not necessarily tapping into that may help on some of it. But I think there's opportunities to kind of look more broadly and kind of have the state of California lead on this and have us kind of entertain a proposal that you're leading on that gets pitched to us that may help advance it even further. And I guess I kind of want to open the opportunity up for that as well.
Okay, well, we're going to be hearing later on about freight and transitioning our trucks to zero emission. And so our aviation also is involved with those activities. And I would think that we would be really looking thoughtfully about how we start transitioning our aviation activities towards more, cleaner fueling practices. So I look forward to hearing, in the coming months, more about how FAA and the state is looking at those opportunities and how to fund them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have questions? Then we will turn to public comment. I understand we have Andy Swanson here that would like to make a statement.
Yes, thank you, Chair Eager. We do have Andy Swanson on, looking to make a comment. Andy, you are now unmuted and free to comment. Andy, I can see you've unmuted yourself, but if you're speaking, we cannot hear you.
Me now? Hello?
There you are.
Yes, we can now hear you.
Okay, sorry. I just want to compliment everyone in the room, really. I enjoyed yesterday just listening and all the work that you do, and it's just amazing. So I was with you yesterday, and I was in Santa Barbara as long as 5:30 this morning. I'm here sitting at my desk, 26 miles from SFO, in that commute to get here. I just vision what that would be like in 5 years. How can that change? How can we work together? Could that have been that 26 miles, that final leg from SFO to Palo Alto, an eVTOL, carbon neutral? I think there's so many opportunities here. Our airport just is finishing its final phase of the apron project. I walked this old apron with Mark years ago. One of the things I said, we want to get the infrastructure into this apron for the future, to get away from the carbon fuels. And so I'm proud to say our apron actually has all the conduit ran, or maybe not quite enough at the time it was, but for the future. I just think there's so many opportunities, and I want to let you know that ACA, the Association of California Airports, is willing to roll up their sleeves. Our members are there for whatever you need. We'd be glad to help, and really anything we can do. And thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Andy. And I'm sorry we didn't get to you yesterday. I know there were a lot of folks here that wanted to speak in person. Obviously, we had a lot of really important things that we had to get to that took longer than expected. But thank you so much for hanging in there and giving us your remarks.
Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Up next, we have Cody Roggets. Cody, you're now free to unmute yourself and make a comment.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Chair Eager, Commissioners, and Executive Director Weiss. My name is Cody Roggets. I serve as the Director of Aviation for the County of Humboldt, overseeing the county's 1 commercial service airport and 5 general aviation airports. I'm here today speaking in public comment as a board member of the California Airports Council and Vice President of the Association of California Airports. I would like to voice CAC and ACA member support of what Mark and Jim are highlighting at California airports. Combined, the ACA and CAC represent well over 100 airports of all sizes across the state of California. We represent airports like Alturas Municipal Airport in the northeastern corner of California, all the way on up to LAX. Alturas, California has a population of just under 3,000 residents. LAX has over 10 times that number of employees working at and or serving their airport facility. The Alturas Municipal Airport sits almost 465 nautical miles from LAX. Obviously, there are a lot of differences between Alturas and LAX. However, there's more in common between these 2 airports and all California airports than one might think. The Alturas Airport, like our Humboldt County airports, plays a critical role in economic activity and growth to their rural region. More importantly, the Alturas Airport is the most critical infrastructure in far northeastern California for life safety, fire response, and emergency medical services. Like Alturas, Humboldt has seen an increased utilization for these emergency purposes in recent years, specifically fire services from state and federal agencies like CAL FIRE and U.S. Forest Service. Just a few months ago, 4 of our 6 county airports were utilized simultaneously to address fires here in Humboldt County and the surrounding areas. Additionally, the future of aviation and transportation is being developed at many of our California airports as we are partnering with and being utilized by technology leaders driving the advancement of the electrification of aircraft, advanced air mobility, and reducing the environmental impacts of aviation and transportation. These types of stories can be told by every other airport director and manager in all areas of California, from airports and communities of all sizes. We would like to improve our state aviation transportation system through stronger planning and partnerships with the state of California, the CTC, and Caltrans. This public comment is not meant to highlight that our partnerships currently or in the past are in any way negative. This is to highlight that if California wants to continue to lead in aviation, we need to grow together. Whether it's emergency and fire services in Alturas, connecting LAX in California to the world, or developing the future of aviation and transportation through reducing our environmental footprint, it's all happening across California with an airport system that needs a stronger flight plan forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
I see no other public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. Then that will conclude our report on tab 20. We will now move to tab 21 and Lori.
Yeah. Good morning, Commissioners. Tab 21 is an information item on the 2022 Active Transportation Program Status Report. In 2019, the Commission began publishing the annual Active Transportation Program Status Report to improve program transparency and summarize project progress. And the 2022 report includes a listing of the over 900 active transportation program projects that the Commission has programmed in the statewide, small urban and rural, metropolitan planning organization, and greenhouse gas reduction fund components of the program. This listing includes each project status through the end of fiscal year 21-22, including allocations, advances, time extensions, scope changes, and baseline agreements. Commission staff worked with the Caltrans Division of Local Assistance to identify any errors and to ensure the accuracy of this report. Caltrans and the regional transportation planning agencies reviewed the 2022 status report to ensure accuracy. The 2022 Active Transportation Program Status Report is attached to the tab 21 book item. This is an information item, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions from commissioners? Thank you.
Congratulations. This was a lot of work and you're about to make a lot of people very, very happy with the awards. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tab 22. Bridget.
Commissioner Bradshaw.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Commissioner Bradshaw, sorry.
Just a real quick one. In looking at it, is it possible to get some of this organized by MPO on successful projects or where we're at, just to try to track in the success on the ATP? You know, based in the MPO areas, or is there somewhere else I can go to get that information?
So yeah, we can look at organizing it differently so you can more easily tell how which projects are within each MPO.
Much appreciated. Great job. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now do we have any public comment? Nope. All right. Then Bridget, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, tab 22 is an informational item. At the August Commission meeting, Marlon Flournoy, Division Chief for Transportation Planning at Caltrans, presented the draft Interregional Transportation Strategic Plan Addendum, and the Commission voted to delegate the authority to staff to transmit comments on the draft addendum. The Commission's comment letter was transmitted to Caltrans last month and is included as an attachment to the book item. For the sake of brevity, I won't go into the specific comments unless there are questions on this item. But I will let you know that Caltrans is planning to provide an update to the Commission on the final addendum at the January Commission meeting. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions or comments.
Any questions on tab 22? Any public comment?
We have no public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. And we can move on to tab 23.
Tab 23 is an informational item. I'll be presenting on the Regional Transportation Plan Guidelines Update and the California Transportation Plan Guidelines Update. The commission, or I should say commission staff, is initiating an update of these two guidelines documents, and I'll be providing an update of that update process. So I'll begin with some context for the two planning documents. Regional transportation plans, or RTPs, are federally required documents for our more urban regions in the state, and are required by state law for our rural counties. RTPs are long-range planning documents that identify the unique needs and characteristics of a region. They also include transportation improvements. The California Transportation Plan, or CTP, is another federally required document. It is prepared by Caltrans, and it provides the state's transportation system priorities and serves as a guiding document for state transportation policy. The Commission maintains guidelines for the development of regional transportation plans and the California Transportation Plan. Most recently, we updated the guidelines in 2017. And we will be updating the guidelines to reflect the latest in legislation, new plans and reports, and best practices in regional planning. So since the 2017 update, there have been no new statutory requirements either on the federal side or the state side. But I do want to highlight in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, there is a new recommendation that metropolitan planning organizations develop a housing coordination plan. Our regions in California are already doing great planning work to coordinate housing and transportation. And in our guidelines update, we really want to reflect the good work that is already being done and provide resources to regions to improve that coordination even further. I'll also mention that the RTP guidelines will be updated to reflect the final rulemaking for performance management, which is a requirement from the previous transportation authorization bill. So the guidelines will also be updated to incorporate and reflect reports and plans that have been released in the last 5 years. I've included some examples on the slide here, but this is just a few of the many important plans and reports that we'll want to link to in the guidelines. So now I wanted to provide some highlights in terms of the timeline. Our most critical next step is that we will be holding a virtual kickoff meeting for both sets of guidelines on October 27th. And following that kickoff meeting, Caltrans will be working to form technical working groups that will help to craft specific language and discuss proposed edits and additions to the guidelines. We're anticipating to bring the final guidelines, or I should say the final RTP guidelines to the Commission for adoption in December of 2023. In comparison, the CTP guidelines, we expect that process to happen a little more quickly. We anticipate bringing the Commission guidelines at the May 2023 Commission meeting. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Commissioner Liu, I understand you have a question.
Yes, I do. This can be quick if the answer is yes. If the answer is no, then you have some explaining to do. And I can't remember if it was you or Mitch who made the commitment that we will include a recommendation for a fiscally constrained component and the CTP. Correct?
That is something that we will be discussing in the CTP guidelines update. However, that is something that Caltrans and Commission staff are excited to explore further, and we think is feasible in the CTP.
That's not quite the yes I was looking for, but.
So yes.
Sort of yes. Any other questions? Do I have any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay, thank you, Bridget.
Thank you.
Then we will move on to tab 24. Hannah.
Hi. Okay, I'm going to forego my slides and just give you this update verbally. So the Road Charge Technical Advisory Committee that functions like a subcommittee of the TAC of the commission and is chaired by Commissioner Liu, they're responsible to submit some pilot design recommendations to the California State Transportation Agency for a new road charge pilot that's coming up in 2023 and will test road charge revenue collection. And so I'm just going to run these. We wanted to run the pilot design recommendations by you before we submit them to CalSTA in July. So let me read through these. The first set is related to commercial account managers who are like the vendors that manage accounts. And our recommendations are to establish a reporting requirements through service level agreements, which are kind of like contracts, to use a report card, a monthly reporting tool to track performance, establish a certification process. There's some existing programs like that at the DMV, and have the Department of Motor Vehicles administer the pilot. Then in the topic of pilot participants, we're recommending a set of different participants to be that we want to try to recruit and study in the pilot based on income, super commuters, electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles, rural drivers, urban drivers, and commercial trucks. And I just want to thank the California Trucking Association for their help on including commercial trucks. Then we are recommending ensure a statistically significant sample size, reach out to recruit participants as early as possible, use targeted recruiting methods, and offer monetary incentives. Each of these recommendations has quite a lot of background attached to them, but I'm just running through them briefly. Privacy and security recommendations. We're recommending to follow the privacy and security policy that was established as part of the 2017 pilot that tested 5,000 vehicles in California. Incorporate the 2021 recommendations created by the Road Charge Technical Advisory Committee. We have a couple experts in that area on the TAC. And incorporate lessons learned from the recent Caltrans data security report. That was not a publicly published report, but it had a lot of technical data security information in it that was helpful. And for the revenue collection, we worked with the commission staff, worked with the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration and the State Controller's Office to establish a process for collecting the revenue and reimbursing people. We're recommending that be followed. We're recommending that managers use some of the tools we developed to help with that. We're recommending that various payment methods be offered to participants, and we're recommending that data be collected using a plug-in device, telematics, or odometer readings for the pilot. And for enforcement, final topic area, we're recommending that the administrator of the pilot interface with the DMV to check records, and that people start considering longer-term policy related to enforcement, even though we don't recommend a lot of strict enforcement measures in the pilot since they're all participants. So that concludes our recommendations, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Bradshaw, I understand you have a question?
Yeah, and partially a comment. Hannah, thanks. And part of my inquiry is going to be about how we're looking at super commuters in the pilot, and you touched on that. But you also touched on income levels, and I'm just curious, when we look at that, would it look at like different tax rates based on AMI in that geography as part of the pilot process, or what kind of tools are we looking for to have more of, instead of like maybe a flat tax across everybody, but how the income level is affected under a road charge program?
Yeah, so what we did there was that we have a lot of data that we pulled from the Housing and Community Development Department, and it gives income levels all the way from extremely low income up to high income, and it gives you, the beginning and end. It has like 5 different categories within each of those income levels. So we're recommending low income, the median income in the state, and the moderate income levels all be recruited. That ranges from people who make, if there's assuming one person in the household, about $51,000 a year, to people who make about $73,000 a year. So those are the income levels that we're recommending.
Thank you.
Next, we have Commissioner Falcone and then Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to congratulate you, Hannah, on taking this on, and Commissioner Liu. This is a huge undertaking, and we look forward to what comes out of this pilot. I think I brought up a question to you before about how you selected the subgroups for the pilot, and if the freight community will be included.
Right, thank you. We selected the subgroups by first looking at what was included in the 2017 pilot, because it was extremely broad. And then looking at what were we really trying to accomplish with this pilot. And our understanding was we wanted to see how, basically just test revenue collection, and then also see the impact of the two different rates on different participant groups, because there's going to be a per mile rate that the technical advisory committee is responsible to develop, and then another one based on EPA miles per gallon ratings. And so we were thinking, okay, if we're going to phase in a road charge statewide, because that's the plan right now, my understanding from the administration, what are some of the groups that we might want to think about first in terms of how this is going to impact them? And so that's kind of how we came up with, and then we also received input from the technical advisory committee when we brought this to them and their interest. And so those factors together were how we came up with these different groups, because electric vehicles, those will be some of the first to phase in. We know there's a lot of interest in income levels and how different rates will impact different incomes. And I also wanted to mention that Caltrans is doing a study right now with UC Berkeley on the impact of a road charge on disadvantaged communities and low-income individuals. So they're also studying that right now. And Ruck America has also done studies that Caltrans has participated in on the impact of a road charge on rural drivers and how to incorporate out-of-state drivers. So there's a lot of research being done in that area.
Okay, a lot of work ahead for you, and thank you, and thank you to the TAC. Again, Commissioner Liu, for all your work. I know this is a big task, and more to come, I'm sure. So I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I correct the record here? Because all I really did was help our advisory committee review this proposal and call it for a vote. All the hard work was done by Hannah and her team. They just did an amazing job. And we really, all we had to do was take it.
You did a lot, Commissioner Liu, but more, since you're thanking me, I have to call out Tam Tran. She's our student assistant. She's getting her master's at San Jose State University, and she's really good. So she's actually done more than I have.
I'd like to say on the record, go Spartans.
Commissioner Davis.
So Hannah, I'll thank you and whoever's appropriate, and also Dr. Liu for the guidance that I believe he probably very modestly helps provide. To piggyback sort of on both the previous commissioners, you've heard more than once from me that supercommuters are an issue. And as an industry, our contractors, yards and companies aren't near these job sites either. And they have pickup trucks and crew trucks and service trucks that are driving from those yards to those job sites. And so how are we making sure, like the freight industry, that the construction industry is being considered, and that our employers who own all those vehicles that are on the road aren't being overburdened to pay for the necessary things that need to be bought and paid for, but as an industry aren't being adversely or excessively impacted in their day-to-day function.
Well, I can't say that we've done a lot of extensive research in that area. The only thing I know of going on related to that right now is that we're working with the California Trucking Association to do, and potentially with the university to do an assessment of existing like commercial fees that people are paying and other types of fees to make sure that we're taking that into account. But specifically on the topic that you're talking about, we haven't done a lot of work, so maybe I'll follow up with you on it.
I'm sure between Commissioner Bradshaw and myself, we could find one or more of our associations that might want to find employers who would be willing to victimize themselves on the front end so they're not victimized on the back end.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and the idea is they're not gonna have to pay gas tax, that they're gonna pay the road user charge, so they don't get screwed too badly.
Yeah, and that's an important point when you're looking at this at the replacement, whether it's super commuters or anyone who's having to drive a long distance, if they're in a gas vehicle, especially something, Ford 150 is the most popular car. They're not getting high gas mileage. You're already paying a lot of gas tax anyways, and so the intention is this would be revenue neutral on a whole, but there's also some inflection point where if as some of the data shows, many people who are in disadvantaged communities are often driving cars that are older and less fuel efficient, certainly not the ones driving electric cars. And so they're not likely to be the ones who see an increase in some of those.
Yeah, thank
but
you.
That's part of what we want to look at in this pilot program and in getting the different demographic groups.
Making sure those rural communities are taken into account, that there's no other way for them to get to jobs other than getting in those older cars and driving into the urban areas.
Yeah, I think Rock America found in their study that a road charge is probably beneficial for rural drivers as opposed to the gas tax. We'll bring the draft rates to you early next year for review.
That'd be great. Thank you. Any other comments, questions from commissioners? Do we have any public comment?
We've got no public comment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Tab 25 has been withdrawn, so we will move to tab 26. Hannah.
Okay, I'm gonna try to be quick with this one too, but I do want to use my slides because there's maps. So this presentation is on the priority clean freight corridors and some of the projects that we've identified for the SB 671 Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment. Next. And this is a look at all of the requirements in the bill. Next slide, please. That's okay, I can speak from here. Okay, and so the priority clean freight corridors are corridors that have been identified as important for freight, high volume freight corridors. And they're corridors that we know we need to build zero emission infrastructure for freight along these corridors. And these are corridors that have been identified by the work group members. So the process that we use to select these, initially some state agencies developed evaluation criteria, selection criteria with Dr. Jen Giuliano from the University of Southern California. And these were really just meant as guidance for the work group when selecting corridors. Next slide, please. And again, you can move. Thanks, Brandy. And then we developed a form with 3 questions. What corridor are you recommending? Why? And what projects do you see being implemented along the corridor for people to fill out to recommend corridors? So that was the process we used. We got a lot of feedback, and I'll go over the maps. I'll just walk through them, and you can tell me if you have any questions at the end. This is a statewide look. You can see there's a lot of overlap with the National Highway Freight Network. Next slide. Brandy, actually, you can just stay like 5 seconds on a slide and then go to the next till all the maps are done. This is the northern region. Central Valley. This is the Antelope Valley High Desert area, the southern region, and the border and Inland Empire. And I just want to note we have Otay Mesa East and La Media on those maps. So those are the corridors that we identified. We'll also be looking at the top 5 freight corridors for the assessment. And then for the projects, we developed a project recommendation form that asks for information in a lot of areas. Next slide. We have a project review team that reviewed all the projects, and we're still talking about them. Next slide. We're going to include them in the assessment, a list of the projects in addition to a narrative with some examples that highlight projects. Next slide. This is a look at the projects that were submitted. A list is also in your book item. And there were 79 total projects submitted. This only part of the picture because we also have projects that the Energy Commission plans to fund, and GOBIS is working on some hydrogen projects, so we're coordinating with them too. So we plan to try to capture all planned projects in the report. Next slide. I think that's it. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Liu,
That's okay. I can skip.
you're going to pass on this one? Okay, Commissioner Norton.
Yes, I wanted to compliment you on the workshop that you had on 671. I flew up for it, and Senator Newman was also there for it, but you really have gotten a great cross-section of industry and others participating in this because they acknowledge how important this is and what a game changer it is. Even though we didn't have item 25 of the NEVI, the concern is that the NEVI process, it doesn't seem to be highlighting heavy duty trucks. And so I wanted to ask you a little bit about that and how we can start leaning in on the EV portion of heavy duty trucks. In addition, I wanted to ask you on the hydrogen side about the fact that Caltrans is already engaging in 10,000 miles of laying for broadband. Is there an opportunity to accelerate hydrogen conveyance by looking at hydrogen piping in that same kind of trenching so that we dig once and look for these, kind of radical, awesome opportunities and like have this be sort of our Hoover Dam of like big I infrastructure doing it right in the state of California?
Right. Let me answer your questions in order. Thank you. So for the NEVI, you're right that for the formula program, there is not an intent to provide funding for medium and heavy duty vehicles in the first 5 years, but they are open to doing that later. An important step toward that point is that Caltrans has committed to requesting that FHWA designate any priority clean freight corridors, the ones we just went over, that are not already alternative fuel corridors, be designated an alternative fuel corridor so that there's 100% overlap, that they could be eligible for those funds in the future. And then I know that they're looking at funding for electric infrastructure as part of an overall package that includes the Energy Commission funds. And the Energy Commission just got quite a lot. I think it's around 1.4 billion for medium and heavy duty vehicle infrastructure for zero emissions. So they're kind of looking at those pots of money together. And then to answer your second question, I don't really know if those two things can be combined, but that's a good idea. And we do have some contacts at the PUC that work on broadband, at least one, so we'll reach out to them.
Thank you. And I would want to confirm the 710 South is a corridor included in the 671 corridor strategy.
Yes, the 710 is in there.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Now we will move to our information calendar, tab 27 and continued with Kurtesh.
Thank you, Chair Eager. Good morning, Commissioners. Tabs 27 through 42 are information items that have been reviewed and found to have no issues raised by Commission staff. Therefore, individual items will not be presented unless specifically requested by a Commissioner. Please also note the change list for tabs 29 and 41. If there are no questions or comments, that will conclude the presentation of the information calendar.
Do you have any questions or comments for Kurtesh? Well, that was too easy for you. Thank you. We will now move to our consent calendar, item 43.
Commissioners, tabs 43 through 59 are action items listed as part of the consent calendar. Please note the change list for tab 46, as 8 resolutions of necessity were withdrawn prior to the meeting. Although the change list indicates that 7 were withdrawn, there was an additional resolution of necessity labeled as C-22208 that was withdrawn prior to this meeting. If there are no questions on any consent calendar items, then staff recommends approval of tabs 43 through 59 on the consent calendar.
Have any questions from commissioners on the consent calendar? we have any public comment?
No public comment at this
Motion to
time.
approve Martinez?
Martinez moves. Do I have a second? Second Norton. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Then we will move to the right-of-way matters, item 60.
Commissioners, tab 60 is a proposed Caltrans resolution that provides the framework for selling state-owned excess lands to Cynthia Hawkins, the owner of Hawkins Burger in the Los Angeles area. Streets and Highways Code Section 118 states that excess lands can be paid by the purchasing party over a 10-year period through a payment plan and a 30% down payment of the total purchase price. The total purchase price is the appraised land value of $40,000, making the down payment $12,000 upon approval of this item. Caltrans and Hawkins Burger propose the payment of this transaction to be over a 10-year period through an installment contract of sale. At the conclusion of the 10-year period, Caltrans will come back to the commission requesting a vote of approval for the sale of the excess lands and deed transfer to Hawkins Burger. The excess lands in question are for an area of 1,691 square feet at the aforementioned appraised value of $40,000. Hawkins Burger is a local restaurant that has served the community of Watts for many years. The sale will facilitate the continued use of the Hawkins Burger restaurant and the parking area they have utilized for many years. Staff would like to express appreciation to Caltrans for their support and coordination throughout the review process, particularly Kimberly Erickson, Carolyn Dabney, and Wendy Bishop from the Caltrans Right-of-Way Division, and Ed Francis from Caltrans District 7. Staff recommends approval of tab 60.
Do we have any questions from commissioners on tab 60?
Move approval.
But do we have any public comment?
No public comment at this time.
Okay. We have a motion from Commissioner Norton. Do I have a second?
Grisby seconds.
Grisby seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Gertej, tab 61.
Tab 61 is a request for Caltrans to directly negotiate an airspace lease with a private entity known as Quicksilver Towing. Quicksilver Towing is a private automobile towing company that is currently on a month-to-month lease with Caltrans, and prior to that, we're under a 3-year lease. Approval of this request will allow Caltrans to enter negotiations with Quicksilver Towing for a long-term lease, which will provide the tenant with continued utilization of the site that they currently use for parking of towed vehicles. According to Streets and Highways Code Section 104.12, requests to directly negotiate an airspace lease require a unanimous vote of the commission from the commissioners present at the meeting. With that said, staff has reviewed tab 61 and recommends approval.
Do we have any questions on 61? Do we have any public comment?
I see no public comment.
I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second Martinez?
Lou and Martinez, I would like a roll call vote since we have to have a unanimous vote, please.
Commissioner Bradshaw,
Aye.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone. Commissioner Grisby. Vice Chair Guardino.
Aye.
Commissioner Lugo. Commissioner Martinez, Commissioner Lou.
Okay, aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Martinez.
Aye.
Commissioner Norton.
Aye.
Commissioner Tavoloni. Chair Eager.
Aye,
Chair, we do have unanimous consent.
thank you. And we will move on now to environmental matters, tab 62.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and members of the public. Item 62 is an action item. This is the final environmental impact report for the West Valley Connector project. The Board of Directors of the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority determined that impacts related to traffic and transportation, air quality, and cultural and paleontological resources would be significant and unavoidable. The Board of Directors of the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority adopted a statement of overriding considerations, finding that the benefits outweigh the impact. Staff recommends your approval.
Thank you, Jose. Do we have any questions from commissioners on 62? Do we have any public comment?
No public comment.
I will entertain a motion. Falcone, do I have a second?
Grisby seconds.
Grisby seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Tab 63.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Executive Director Weiss, and members of the public. Tab 63 is an information item summarizing the town hall the California Transportation Commission attended on September 21st and 22nd. The meeting was hosted by the Tahoe Transportation District in partnership with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, the City of South Lake Tahoe, the Town of Truckee, El Dorado County, Placer County, and the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority. The California Transportation Commission heard from local representatives, including Nick Haven, the Long Range and Transportation Planning Department Manager from the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, and Carl Hasty, the District Manager of the Tahoe Transportation District. Local representatives gave presentations on a few of their priorities, including developing a more robust multimodal transportation system, expediting vulnerable population identification and mobilization during fire evacuations, providing affordable housing, keeping Tahoe clean from excessive tourist litter, developing and promoting microtransit, and reducing congestion. Next slide. Attendees toured recently completed projects in the city of South Lake Tahoe. The commission was able to view the Dennis T. Machida Greenway Memorial Trail, which was completed in the fall of 2021. The project was delivered by utilizing funding from the commission's active transportation program, the California Tahoe Conservancy, and the Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Program. The trail has increased connectivity, reduced vehicle miles traveled in the city, and is part of the second implementation phase of the larger Greenway project. Next slide. The commission was also able to see the benefits of the Sierra Boulevard Complete Streets project, which was completed in 2019. The primary intent of the Sierra Boulevard Complete Streets project was to rehabilitate a 0.6-mile stretch of Sierra Boulevard from Palmyra Avenue to Barbara Avenue. The rehabilitation included redesigns of the roadway section, the addition of bike lanes, paths, pedestrian sidewalks, and the addition of streetscapes improvements, including pedestrian lighting, hardscape, and the landscape improvements. Next slide, please. The final destination on the tour was the future site of the Viking Way to Lake Tahoe Boulevard Class 1 bike project. The intent of this project is to design and construct a Class 1 bike trail, Americans with Disabilities Act compliant ramps, and pathway lighting along the 0.6-mile section of Lake Tahoe Boulevard from the intersection of Viking Way to the intersection of State Highway 89 and US 50. The project is scheduled to be completed this year. The project is also located next to an affordable housing complex, which is currently being developed. Commission staff would like to thank all members of the represented agencies for their fantastic work organizing this very insightful and informative town hall. This concludes my summary of the town hall. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And yes, you're absolutely right. The bike trails and pedestrian trails that we were able to witness and walk along, they've done an amazing job there. And Vice Chair Gardino, did you want to add something?
Thank you, Chair Eager. Literally just 2 sentences. It was a fantastic trip, made even better by the use of a Proterra all-electric bus to take us around. Full disclosure, for 6 years, I was special advisor to the CEO of Proterra, and it's just neat to see that technology work at elevation and all of the conditions that you would face in Lake Tahoe.
And how lucky are we that we go from Lake Tahoe to Santa Barbara? This is the best job ever.
I second that motion.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you so much. Now we are on tab 64. Laura.
Commissioners, this is an informational item. Marlon Flournoy from Caltrans Division of Transportation Planning is going to provide an update on the department's interim system investment strategy. We asked Caltrans to provide an overview of and update on this document as it is being used to align the department's project nominations for various funding programs with the goals of the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure. So with that, I will turn it over to Marlon.
Great, thank you, Laura, again. So this is my capacity as the Division Chief of the Transportation Planning Program. Madam Chair and Commissioners, appreciate the opportunity to talk with you about our interim Caltrans system investment strategy. Next slide. So with the adoption of CAPTI in July 2021, Caltrans had the responsibility to ensure that its project nominations for various discretionary programs align with CAPTI's investment framework. As a result, our interim, what we're calling CSIS, so that's the Caltrans System Investment Strategy, was developed shortly after the adoption of CAPTI, and that development of the CSIS happened from September 21 to December 2021. The districts had an opportunity to provide comments in November. Unfortunately, external stakeholder outreach was not conducted at the time for a quick turnaround for the document. Later in the presentation, I'll talk more about how we plan to engage external agencies and stakeholders, including the regions, moving forward. So Caltrans needed an investment strategy in place by December to prepare Caltrans for internal processes for scoring, selecting, and prioritizing project nominations for the TSIP and SCCP Cycle 3, as well as creating a process for scoring and selecting project nominations for the ETP Cycle 6, as well as various discretionary programs that began rolling out at the federal level for 2022. The interim CSIS is a qualitative approach with scoring rubrics established based off of the 10 CAPTI investment framework, but also the ITIP scoring criteria. The TSIP and SCCP scoring rubrics were developed with robust engagement and internal group meetings with Caltrans subject matter experts. And then the ATP scoring criteria were developed based off of the CTC's established guidelines, as well as their scoring rubrics. Also, I just want to make a quick statement as well that, you know, in the past, when we work with our districts on previous scoring, previous for nomination for previous cycles for SCCP and TSIP, you know, there were a lot of concerns about, you know, transparency and how, you know, we were selecting the projects that Caltrans would be submitting. And so this really represents, you know, a step forward in terms of, you know, documenting how decisions are being made based off of the scoring criteria. And it's very transparent in terms of, you know, how we're going to be scoring and what those scoring criteria look like. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a few seconds. Next slide. All right, so the investment strategy includes basically three main steps. So we have our nomination process, our scoring process, as well as our selection process. And the evaluation and scoring process are based off of the interim CSIS and the specific scoring rubrics. So just in short, just to sort of, you know, kind of summarize this, the nomination process includes you know, Caltrans issuing a call for projects to the districts, and they submit their priority projects for particular grant programs using an intake form. And we use that form to collect project level information for the scoring process. Then Headquarters assembles a review committee, which consists of various subject matter experts from Caltrans Headquarters and also the districts. And the process really starts with the Headquarters staff screening projects for program eligibility. We want to ensure that the projects that are moving forward do align with the guidelines, you know, that set forth by the commission, as well as the NOFOs that are issued by the federal government. And then we, once we formulate the team, the project review committee, we provide specific guidance to them in regards to, as they're evaluating, you know, making sure that they understand the program guidelines, the scoring rubrics, evaluation materials, as well as expectations. And once we go through that scoring process, we do have at least 3 committee members that are reviewing each application. And once we collect all the information, all that basically gets compiled into a recommended list of projects. Then that moves forward to our executive management for review and approval. Then the process also involves CalSTA's review and concurrence as well. Once that happens, my program then notifies the districts of the selected projects, and then the districts start moving forward with those grant applications. One of the things I want to make sure that you guys all understand is that this isn't a process to weed out good or bad projects. This is a process that's really built around helping to have a conversation in regards to how we can better align projects with the CAPTI and CSIS investment framework. And so any projects that aren't selected to move forward, we do have a feedback process that goes back to the districts, where we start having a conversation on how to better align projects and go over lessons learned and really figure out, how we can get better projects through this process. And so I just wanted to make sure that there's an understanding that we're not utilizing this to say this is a good or bad project, but how can we have a conversation to have projects that better align with the framework. Next slide. All right, so just in terms of the specifics, so this is a crosswalk from the CAPTI framework. And so there are 10 principles. The one thing that I want to highlight here is, under the active transportation and the rail and transit, for the purposes of the CSIS criteria, those were merged under the mode shift. And so those were combined. From an equity standpoint, one of the things that we want to make sure is that we're differentiating the public engagement versus benefits to disadvantaged communities. And I know there was a question about what if a project negatively has negative impacts on a disadvantaged community. And so I'll talk a little bit more about that later in my talking points. Then the last thing I want to mention for ZEV infrastructure and ZEV freight, that was also consolidated into a ZEV charging infrastructure. So that's the crosswalk, just to show how the CAPTI principles are guiding our criteria. Next slide. All right, so as a result, we have 9 baseline criteria that we utilize, and related to safety and VMT, mode shift, public engagement, benefits to disadvantaged communities, climate resiliency, and so forth. I did want to just, I don't want to have to read through each one of these, but I did want to just highlight the public engagement and the disadvantaged communities, because I think that those are, 2 areas that I think are really important for the commission. So just related to public engagement, typically as part of our processes, specific to environmental, really much of the engagement that's been done in the past has been geared around compliance, right? So we have CEQA and NEPA, and typically, there are requirements that we have to meet. And I would say that that's sort of the bare minimum. That's the baseline engagement, that typically happens. And so what we're talking about really here is that above and beyond. And so, kind of tying back to the EQI that was discussed yesterday, and also utilizing other data sources, we really want to ensure that we understand the types of communities that these projects are impacting, and really going above and beyond to develop a plan in terms of how best to engage those communities. And so, that's really what this question 4 is really representing, is, that process for that above and beyond engagement. Also, disadvantaged communities, there is recognition that, projects, do adversely impact them. And so as far as our scoring criteria, and I'll talk a little about this in the next slide, but we have 0 to 5, that's our scoring scale. And so if a project does, negatively impact a disadvantaged community, it's going to get a 0. And what we're really encouraging is for project sponsors to find opportunities where we can have tangible benefits to communities regarding access to jobs, other employment opportunities, and truly things that can actually lift up communities. And so, we really want to make sure as we're doing the scoring, we're looking for those opportunities where those benefits are going to become quite apparent. Next slide. All right, so I'm just going to run through a couple of things. As I previously mentioned, the approach that we're leveraging right now is a short-term approach. And so that's a qualitative approach. And I'll talk a little bit later about what our long-term vision is. But in short, we really want to make sure that we're leveraging robust data to make better decisions. I had already talked about the 0 to 5 scoring. In terms of weighting, we got a lot of questions, and just in terms of some of the different groups that we've been talking to. And at this point in time, we're not weighting each of the criteria. However, we're open to having that discussion. We have done some analysis, applying different weights to different criteria, and at the end of the day, applying weights didn't really move the needle. But we may have some comments from various stakeholders, that might have some ideas in terms of, other aspects that we can look at. Also, I think it's important to note that not every project is created equal. We have different types of projects, whether they're active transportation, freight, they may be vehicular in nature, rail, transit. And so we do have considerations for different project types to make sure that we're reflecting those project types in our scoring. But also we want to really emphasize from a rural context, we do have to make sure that we're putting our rural partners on a level playing field. And so we do have specific, in terms of how we're evaluating our the various projects, we do have a rural context where, we're able to put those projects on a level playing field. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next slide. All right, so you can see here at the top, you can see the various criteria in the thesis. And then we also, as I previously mentioned, we have a rural context, which applies to mode shift. So, we know in rural areas, there aren't as many opportunities, for folks to take transit or even take rail. And so we want to make sure, that we're applying that right lens in terms of mode shift. But also from a VMT standpoint as well, we know that we can't treat VMT the same way in urban areas as we do in rural areas. And so those are just 2 examples of how we're applying a rural context to those. But we also have a context with rail and transit from a safety standpoint, and also zero emission technologies, and then as well as freight. So those are the different considerations that we have. And so, how we're scoring these criteria is based off of the context is quite different in comparison to how we would evaluate a typical type of project that we see. Next slide. All right, so I just want to briefly talk about some of the next steps. So just to sum up, the interim thesis, as of right now, is being used internally for Caltrans to evaluate the types of projects that it wants to submit for the Active Transportation Program Cycle 6, also the SB1 programs and the federal programs. We've also applied this criteria in terms of our project initiation documents. And so these are the documents that are utilized for us to be able to move forward with that initial scoping process. And this is actually really, really important because we don't want to necessarily have a conversation when projects are deep into the project development process, where we're having to kind of look at different types of adjustments. We want to make sure as we're developing projects before they get into project development, that we're having a conversation in regards to how can these projects align with our state priorities. And so we're utilizing that for state-sponsored projects. Just in terms of next steps, and I'm going to provide a little bit more information in the next slide, but we have done, we've released our thesis to the public, and we're seeking feedback. So the deadline for that is November the 14th. We've already had the opportunity to meet with different groups such as Rural County Task Force, the RTPA group, and so we've gotten a lot of good feedback, and we're wanting more. So we want to make sure that we're getting that. And then by the beginning of next year, we'll have our final draft for review. And so we're going to give all the stakeholders another opportunity to look at how we've incorporated the feedback, including working with the commission on comments that they have on the thesis. Then also releasing that final interim thesis moving forward. And then in the spring of next year, we're going to be kicking off what we're calling our final thesis. And so this is that data-driven approach. And so we are going to have robust stakeholder and public engagement. We're already starting to conduct some preliminary activities related to research, understanding what data is out there. We're working with some other state DOTs. I'm just trying to understand how we can best do this. And then we'll start, hopefully, early 2024, we'll have our ultimate process that will be data-driven and performance-driven. Next slide. All right, and so this is the web address where you can access the document. And then if there are any comments that different folks have, we have the thesis at dot.ca.gov where you can send those comments. And again, those are due November the 14th. And I'll be happy to take any questions that the commissioners may have.
Thank you, Marlon. I was happy to see this section on there about the rural access. And so I'll be interested, I don't actually have a question, but I'll be interested to see as we move forward how these evaluations really address those most isolated people in the state of California. Because, in your comments, you said, some of those folks in rural areas and isolated areas don't have too many options. Well, they really have no options. And so I want to make sure as this comes forward that we certainly address folks who live in those areas. So thank you for making sure that we're going to be doing that. With that, I will call on Commissioner Bradshaw.
Yeah, just a couple things. Hey, thanks, Marlon, first off, and for everything you reported on this morning. I appreciate it. Couple questions, and you mentioned one leading up to this point, but I was curious when the process started, when the outreach started to get us to this point, and what other groups, stakeholders you engaged with would be great to know. And then moving forward, you talk about more engagement. Thanks for laying that timeline out. But what stakeholders are you looking to touch? And I'm definitely speaking with a union labor lens here and engagement and how to engage and bring our perspective to it. So what's that process? And I apologize if I should know that already, but I'm hoping you can illuminate me on that.
Yeah, no worries. So I believe it was around the summer, and don't quote me on this, but I want to say August is when I recall, really kind of having some of the robust engagements. But I even think there were even conversations that we've had dating back to, I think, June, where I've had some calls with different individuals from our rural partners. And I think it's important to note that, out of all the different people that we've engaged and the groups that we've engaged, I think our rural agencies have, had probably the most, concern. And so, we are trying to put a specific, focus on that. But we have attended kind of our usual avenues in terms of Rural County Task Force, again, the RTPA group. I know we've been on the agenda for those. But also what I do want to say is that, I don't think it's enough just for us to be able to attend those workshops, those meetings. We will have probably like a specific type of workshop where we're going to be inviting, a broad array of different stakeholders. And I would even, suggest our community engagement, or excuse me, our community-based organizations, throughout the state, participate in this as well. I think we did a really good job with our ITSP addendum. And so we can mirror something like that, where I think there was just a lot of support, in terms of how that was done. So we can certainly do that. And one final point that I do want to make is that I do view this interim approach as a living document. I want to say that this has been quite the learning process, I think, for my team to be able to pull all this together. And I think every step of the way we've learned, and we're continuously making tweaks to make sure, that we're being responsive and we're being able to look at this in the right way. And so I think moving forward, as we're working with our different regions, rural agencies, other stakeholders, as information is presented and concerns are relayed, I do view that as an opportunity for us to take a look at our process and make those adjustments along the way, until we can get a permanent approach in place. But it's just very important for us as an agency, for us to know the projects that we're moving forward, are they in alignment with our state goals? And that's really what this is meant to be, is to ensure that we're making that pivot.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and
Yes.
colleagues and stakeholders, with apologies, I've almost never had to do this, but I have to depart 2 young children that I have to pick up 6 hours away by 5 o'clock in Silicon Valley.
Well, we're going to be taking a break right after this. And actually, you and I are both going to be leaving.
Hillary?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Chair Eager, sorry, could I just do one quick follow-up? I'm curious if, and again, thank you, Marlon. I noticed there was a date that comments are due towards the document. What was that date again?
November the 14th.
And then again, when you push that out, I know you're talking to certain stakeholders. Will you push that out for people who want to make comments on that? How do you go about doing that?
Well, so the having that deadline of the 14th is actually going to give us an opportunity to go through all the different comments. And so that's going to give us, basically that holiday season to, go through the comments, see what we can actually include. And I'm sure we're going to be following up with folks along the way as well. And we really want to make sure around the beginning of the year, then we can release that subsequent draft for everyone to take a look at. And I think we'll be holding some workshops where we'll have some follow-ups. The 14th is sort of our hard and fast, because we want to make sure that we can get all the information. But that's not going to be the end of it. There are going to be other opportunities.
Right. I guess what I was saying is that, like, I'm in a fortunate spot, honored to be a commissioner, and then I represent Carpenters Union, so I can push it out, folks that I know. But just kind of looking back to my earlier question on the groups you're engaging with now, just the process of getting it out to a broad group of stakeholders to make comments on the document. One last thing, if there's any way we can get the presentations earlier to prepare comments and questions, that would be outstanding in the packet. But thank you again.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that feedback, and we'll definitely make sure that we can fix that.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Commissioner Liu.
Madam Chair, thank you. So for your short-term approach, you should remember that Albert Einstein said that everything that can be counted doesn't always count, and everything that can be, let me get, not everything that can be counted counts, and not everything that counts can be counted. So qualitative approach in the short term is okay, but also remember, when it comes to quantum physics, we're pretty much sure now that Einstein was wrong. So I do support in the long term trying to make your decision making in terms of project prioritization more clear and more quantitative as possible. And I think that this, I'm gonna have to get used to the new acronym, CSIS, or whatever you're gonna call it, System Investment Strategy, is a really important way to make CAPTI meaningful, and to bring everything in line. And that's, I strongly support that. I am curious, however, how this is going to apply, and I know you said something about projects that are deep into project development, but you are gonna apply this prioritization through the process. And I know you don't want to do a lot of scope changes for things, but there are some projects that we all know are not too compatible with CAPTI, but with some tweaking, you know, perhaps minor, perhaps major, you can probably raise their score here and get them back on the priority list. Am I interpreting this right, or am I completely off base?
No, you're right on the mark. So this does apply to all the projects across the spectrum. You know, we certainly want to make sure that we're adding an emphasis to projects that are early in the process, so we get an opportunity to make sure that the alignment is there from the start. But moving forward, right, projects that are in the pipeline, you know, these scoring criteria are going to be applied, and we will be looking for those opportunities to make sure that we, you know, can get that alignment. And depending on the project, depending on where it is in the process, you know, there are going to be varying sort of opportunities to make those changes. And I don't want to sit here to say that, you know, just because a project is deep into delivery, you know, we can't make a change, because you know, that's not necessarily the fact of it. But we'll certainly need to make sure that we work with the stakeholders or the project sponsors, work with our districts teams to find those opportunities.
Not yet, not yet. Thank you for that response. And I'm sure you're aware that nothing makes, well, perhaps nothing makes Mitch angrier than scope changes, but we're going to try to make him a little more comfortable with scope changes that are bringing projects into alignment with CAPTI, okay?
Much appreciated, thank you.
So I'll just jump in there and say, one thing that might make me angrier is, I guess I would like to see more authentic engagement. One of the things we hear from communities is the importance of asking them what do they think is the answer to their problem? What is their transportation problem? Not just us in Sacramento coming and saying, you need a freeway through your community. And similarly, you know, the same thing as I said in another item, you know, we need to be bringing stakeholders involved earlier in this process. I can tell you the first I saw this was something that was, you know, I guess informally shared with a stakeholder who informally shared it with me. And it certainly didn't seem to be a draft document. And I guess where I'm struggling is not just with these documents. If that's the approach we're taking on it with these planning documents, then how can we have confidence that that's the approach that's being taken with the projects that are impacting people and communities?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mitch. So it's important to note, you know, this is a framework, and we are, you know, utilizing this process to do evaluations, but also sort of at a deeper level, you know, we're utilizing this as a tool to have a conversation with our districts, and to make sure that we are setting up a framework to improve how we deliver our projects, right? And that includes public engagement, and making sure engagement is happening at every step in the process. You know, I can tell you, you know, the guidance, some of the guidance that we've been putting together, on the planning side, as we're developing our plans, we want to make sure that we're setting that baseline engagement at that at the beginning of the process. And it's very important as we move through planning to the PID development to project delivery, that level of engagement is consistent. And I would say that my priority is to make sure that we're establishing a relationship with the community, right? It shouldn't be us kind of jumping in and jumping out, as these projects come online and get constructed. But, based off of some of the decisions that we've made in the past, right? It's important that, we establish that relationship with the community. So I would say that the thesis is really more than just a scoring tool, but it's a tool that establishes an expectation in regards to what do we need to prioritize in these projects, including engagement. And so we want to make sure that that's happening at every step in a way. And by the time a project gets into delivery, the community isn't seeing it for the first time. They've actually, they're familiar with it. And hopefully with that early engagement that we had an opportunity to take the feedback that they provided and circle back with them to say, this is what we were able to accommodate. Maybe there are some things that we weren't able to do it. Let's have a conversation around it, right? So anyway, so that's just my take on it.
And I really appreciate that, Marlon. I just want to say, I think doing something like this is really important as not just the owner and operator of the highway system and the funder of the intercity rail system, but as an important part of many communities. And you need to know what are your biggest problems and how can we get to solutions that really are helping everybody. So I want to commend the department in moving forward in this type of thing, because this is really where we need to look at what are our problems, not unlike what Secretary Omashakan mentioned yesterday about talking about identifying where we have the most dangerous places for pedestrians and cyclists. If we're not looking at the problems and not taking a big picture approach to the solutions, we're not going to solve our problems.
Thank you. We have public comment?
Speaker Carter,
We do. Maura Toomey from Monterey Bay. No.
Hello. Nice to see you. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Mara Toomey, and I'm with the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments. First, I want to thank Caltrans for the opportunity to comment on the interim thesis. While we support the state's climate goals, as a rural region, we are concerned that the thesis is too urban-centric and does not adequately address the distinct challenges and needs of rural communities. We are also concerned that the strategy is not consistent with CAPTI principles in the rural context and may disadvantage critically needed safety, freight, and evacuation projects in rural communities. We do, however, look forward to working with Caltrans to further develop and refine the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, we do have virtual attendees looking to make comment at this time. I have Aaron Hoyt.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'd like to thank Marlon and his team for the presentation today and the prior presentation to the Rural Counties Task Force. I understand that this policy documents an important link between current state goals and future projects and funding, but I am a little concerned that this document may fundamentally change the way projects are considered, and it poses the potential to upend many years of collaborative effort with the districts, with the CTC, on developing projects and funding projects that improve communities, especially in the rural communities. However, I am really encouraged of the fact that Caltrans is allowing for a public comment period on the draft thesis, and this really poses an opportunity to engage stakeholders meaningfully, which can only lead to an enhanced policy document, and that this will continue the longstanding collaborative efforts that we've all had together working in the transportation realm. And just a few thoughts kind of in parting. I think there's still a lot of opportunity to enhance the rural context, and we appreciate Marlon previously reaching out to us in the rural context and providing us opportunity to focus on this a little bit more. I think there's also some greater consistency, as Maura indicated, that we can provide between CAPTI and the CSIS, especially on VMT and induced demand. And for those real rural areas, evacuation routes and high fire prone areas, I think we can take another look at that. And also want to make sure that we're cognizant of what we're asking project proponents to do, and that we're not creating another grant application process through the CSIS steps, and that we really take the time to consider the quantitative methods that we're going to be considering, since there's not a lot of data in some of these rural areas that there is in the urban areas. So with that, I look forward to the continued cooperation and collaborative process that we've all enjoyed in the past. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we did receive just one more comment from Butte County Association of Governments, and they would like to echo Moritumi's statements and Aaron's comments with concerns related to rural areas.
Thank you. Yes.
We do have one more virtual attendee with their hand raised. I'd like to call on Kiana Valentine.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Kiana Valentine on behalf of Transportation California. Want to just quickly echo support for the comments made by the previous commentors related to creating greater consistency between CAPTI and CSIS, and some of the comments around the rural context and other policy related concerns. But the primary thing that I wanted to communicate today was to reiterate what Commissioner Bradshaw communicated related to the importance of engaging with all stakeholders, including labor and the contracting community, which I represent, earlier in the process. These conversations since the outset of the executive order that started the CAPTI process and then CSIS, these have been difficult conversations, and there's a lot of change going on inside of transportation funding, financing, and policy making. And so I think it's just really critical that we continue to work together as closely as possible. Otherwise, these difficult conversations are made that much harder. So thank you for the time this morning.
Thank you. One more.
Yes, up next we have Bill Higgins. Bill, you're free to unmute yourself and make your comment. Okay, not hearing anything. That is the end of all public comment.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Sorry. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm a Zoom guy, not a GoToMeeting guy. Sorry. Bill Higgins with the California Association of Councils of Governments, which represents most of the RTPAs, all 18 MPOs and many rural counties. I would just want to say that I would hope from this point going forward that your public engagement is as robust as you're expecting the public engagement to be in your application process. To date, I have heard very little, and I would think that our members would be a key outreach group. And I see that this outreach period, current period, started in September, and it's mid-October, and I don't think I've been contacted about specifically about it. Our organization has specifically about an outreach. Our meeting, we stand ready to bring all of our members together, including all the MPOs and many of the rural counties, to talk directly about what this means for the PID process, how we can build a shelf of projects that meet all the requirements of CAPTI. So we would love to have that partnership and conversation with you.
Great, thank you. One more.
Up next is Norma Dahl. Norma Dahl, you're now muted and free to comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good, Madam Chair. Good morning, commissioners, attendees. Norbert Dahl in Sacramento. I'm one of the investigators of the Coasts of California projects. Transportation is a critical element in our work. And I would like to share with you, based on my 45 years experience with transportation matters on behalf of labor unions, the environmental community, many local governments, 2 key points. One is the outreach that Mr. Flournoy has addressed in parts by what has been described so far is really incomplete. And I use as an example, Caltrans District 1's total failure to perform timely and complete public engagement in the county of Mendocino in relation to numerous Highway 1 projects, just as an example. So outreach needs to be significantly beefed up, I would recommend. And number 2, because like Dr. Liu, I come from the quantitative side of methodology, I would strongly urge that as part of this strategy conceptualization, that the question of what constitutes adequate data be addressed upfront and squarely, because I have now reviewed numerous Caltrans inspection reports and have conferred with experts across the United States about them. And my bottom line conclusion as of now is that the quantitative work that Caltrans is doing is, to put it very diplomatically, subpar. And you're being asked to make policy level decisions based on inadequate data. And therein lies one of the great weaknesses of any strategy, but apparently the beginnings of this one. So I would urge, if I may, that the quantitative side be significantly increased and that you pull in people across the spectrum, literally from labor through the environmental community to local government, who do have practical quantitative experience that they can share. Because the data will give you more information that's readily analyzed than any series of qualitative discussions, as important as those can be. So thank you, Godspeed.
Thank you. I understand we have no more public comment?
No other public comment at this time.
Thank you. Any other?
I have another question.
Yes.
For Marlon. Thank you, Madam Chair. So Marlon, I have a kind of elementary question, but how do you define rural counties in your rural context piece? So I think there's probably a differential between ex-urban counties, which in fact could explode when it comes to VMT and sprawl, versus true rural counties that have separate distinct needs. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, probably the safest way for me to provide you a good answer is I can circle back with commission staff, because I don't want to lead you in the wrong direction. So if you wouldn't mind, I would love to just provide a formal response to that.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. I'll look forward to seeing that. Do we have any other comments? Yes, Tanisha.
Just one question for Marlon. I know we've talked a lot about this during our meeting today and yesterday in terms of public engagement and ensuring that we have robust feedback. And so our equity statement is very clear that we value public input, we value public engagement, and we've heard from Director Weiss authentic engagement. So my question is, in terms of cycle 3 programs, in terms of the federal grant programs, the discretionary federal grant programs, recognizing you have a November 14th date for a deadline for comments, how will you incorporate the feedback that you hear during that process into your cycle 3 and your federal grant program recommendations?
So given the timeframes around the programs, I think a lot of the decisions have been made. This is really, I think, geared around some of the future cycles, because we just want to make sure that we're giving our district teams the most amount of time to be able to put together the applications. And so probably not the best answer, Tanisha, but you know, I think this will definitely be something that will be feeding into you know, future cycles moving forward, including the federal programs.
Thank you. I think you've heard from this group that public and stakeholder engagement is extremely important, early, often, and extensive. So we're looking forward to hearing back from you on how you're going to ensure that happens.
Okay, and Madam Chair, if you wouldn't mind, what I can do is I can circle back with the commission staff, and we can actually develop kind of a formal public participation plan for this, which would identify all the stakeholders and so we can work with the staff on that and get you guys' input.
We would appreciate that. Thank you. With that, I see no more questions.
I just had one and that is, while you're preparing that plan, could you also talk about where you're getting your data sources? And as people are talking about what's acceptable data, what you need from applicants versus what you're providing yourself, how is it that we're coming up with the data that's necessary in order to create these situations? And what are we asking for from applicants so that we can have that data be consistent and co-informative, frankly?
Yes, we can certainly strive to do that. I think there are two different pieces to that. The first part of it is for the qualitative approach that I just walked through. So we can certainly, you know, have some of the definitions around that piece. Once we kick off our process in the spring of 2023 on the quantitative approach, we can certainly make sure that we have that robust discussion around those data sources.
Commissioner Bradshaw, did you have another question? No, you're just waving at us?
Yeah.
Nope, just waving.
Thank you. Okay, with that, thank you so much. We're looking forward to future information and working with you closely to ensure that we're doing this correctly and that it's going to have a meaningful outcome for folks. Thank you. With that, we're going to take a break now. I will be leaving. I have the Department of Commerce, the Federal Department of Commerce at my door in Fresno waiting, so I have to race down the road. You heard my instructions on my phone how to get there. But at this point, I will need the commissioners to vote on, because Vice Chair Gardino already left, someone to step in as chair for the rest of the meeting. I would propose that immediate past Chair Norton take over that role, but I will need a second on that.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Davis. We will take a 10-minute break, and when you come back, we'll turn it over to Chair Norton. Thank you.
I know some of those guys are really actually not funny.
item in the room.
Okay. Okay, if we could put my mic back on, I think. And thank you very much, everybody. As we take our seats, we are going to move to item 65. Matthew and Darwin Musavi presenting the CAPTI annual report.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Norton. Tab 65 is an information item to provide a brief update on the draft CAPTI annual progress report, which was released on October 3rd.
Matthew, is your mic on? Just
It
I
should
can't
be.
hear you.
Oh, now it is. I'm apparently need to get very, very close to it.
Thank you.
Well, Darwin's up here, and he's the Deputy Secretary for Environmental Policy and Housing Coordination with CalSTEP. Darwin, take it away.
Thank you, Matthew. Yeah, sorry for being up here a little too early. I know you're running behind, so I want to help keep you on schedule and move quickly through this. I'll give a brief presentation and try to be as fast as I can and leave it mainly to questions on our progress so far. So just as a quick reminder for folks, I think most of you are aware of our Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure that we adopted last July, and the CTC passed a resolution of support in August. It includes 10 guiding principles, 8 strategies, and 34 specific actions on how we will work together to align state infrastructure investments with climate, health, and equity goals. In that report, we called for a annual progress report to report out on the progress we're making on implementing CAPTI. That report is what we're here to talk about today, and it has been released for public comment. Just in terms of what the report does and doesn't include, this is really a progress report, so it includes a status of each action, highlights of key successes, preliminary discussion of data and metrics to measure outcomes, but it does not go on to update the actual CAPTI plan, add or remove any actions. I think at this point we're still midstream. There's a lot going on, as you've been hearing over the last couple of days here at the meeting, and we don't think it's quite the right point to do any reevaluating on what actions to undertake, but this is really about how are we doing on implementing those actions and what outcomes are we seeing. So the progress report came out on October 3rd. We had a public webinar kind of introducing the details of what was in the plan and had a Q&A with that. We're here presenting today. We'll have a much deeper dive at the joint CARB HCD CTC meeting, which will provide you all as well as the Air Resources Board and HCD an opportunity to engage more deeply in the specifics of the work. And then through this time, we're collecting any public comments that stakeholders may have on the report, and we'll be putting out a final report based on those comments we received sometime in December. Just wanted to give a quick overview of kind of where we are. We're happy to report that we have completed, and we being CTC, Caltrans, CalSTA, and the collective other state agencies involved together have completed 12 actions, which is a little over a third of all the actions in the plan. Over half are what we're calling well underway, and together that's about over 85% of the actions are kind of in those two categories. So we're seeing a lot of progress really quickly over this last year. I do want to note that what's important about this stat is that the way we judge complete or underway is really about the language written in terms of the ask of the action and whether that has been accomplished or not. So in a lot of times that might mean putting language into guidelines or holding an event or putting out a planning document. That does not necessarily mean we have seen outcomes in the form of investments in 88% of the work we're doing. There's still a lot of work to do in terms of ensuring that you know, the CAPTI framework is being implemented in our work and reflecting kind of changes to align with the framework. I did want to take a moment to give kudos to and thanks to the great work of the CTC and staff over the last year. We've had a great partnership in both developing the actions and getting here. And then, you know, I wanted to just take a moment to recognize the leadership of the commission in implementing the CAPTI actions. All of the short-term actions that the CTC completed or CTC committed to, which had a 3-year timeline for implementation, have been completed, and there are 2 additional midterm actions that are underway that the CTC is involved in, and that's not mentioning the numerous other actions that CTC staff have been engaging in across the other agencies and other work happening. Real quick, in terms of CTC kind of action successes, wanted to highlight a few key things. As you all are aware, there were updates done to the Solutions for Congested Corridors program guidelines, update to the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program guidelines as well. There's been some strengthening of technical assistance work and enhancing of community engagement are some of the key highlights of the work that your staff has done to implement CAPTI. With that, you know, this was meant to just be a quick update on the work that you all have been doing. Looking forward to having a broader engagement on all the other actions and the work happening across CAPTI at the joint meeting. But I wanted to turn it over to you all for questions.
Thank you. I know we have public comment on this and we do have commissioners that wish to speak, but I wanted to ask you one question on something you said that was really quite remarkable, and that was that 100% of the items that we were supposed to achieve within the first 3 years have been done. So that means, have we achieved them all, and we've achieved them all early?
You have completed those actions early. You have completed them 2 years early, and a lot of that is driven obviously by the guidelines process and time period. But yeah, I do want to emphasize and the appreciation we have for you all for doing that and working with us on that. We're excited to see where those guidelines go and the investments and outcomes that come out of that process. So I wouldn't use the word achieved quite yet. I think achievement's about the outcomes, but those have been completed. Those actions have been completed.
Thank you very much. With that, let's go to public comment, and then commissioners, let me know if you have comments that you'd like to make.
Yes, thank you, Chair Norton. We do have virtual attendees looking to comment on this item. Up first, we have Sandy Naranjo. Sandy, you are free to unmute yourself and make your comment.
Greetings, Chair, Commissioners, and staff. My name is Sandy Naranjo. I'm the Policy Advocate for Climate Plan, which is a network of organizations dedicated to creating a healthier, sustainable California where people of all backgrounds and incomes have the opportunity to thrive. Climate Plan would like to highlight those early actions mentioned in the draft progress report, which are elevating community voices by conducting listening sessions across the state and the establishment of the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee, and the inclusion of CAPTI strategies in SHOP, TCEP, and SCCP. Since the adoption of CAPTI, Climate Plan has been committed to developing strategies to help advocate the early implementation of CAPTI. The lack of statutory direction has made it critical to ensure that CAPTI doesn't become an aspirational document, but a plan to help produce actionable measures that advance our state's climate, health, and equity goals. With Governor Newsom's recent veto of Assemblymember Friedman's AB 2438, which would have codified CAPTI, it makes it more important than ever that the CTC operationalize CAPTI in every program. The effects of climate change can be seen in everyday life and even more so in our frontline communities. Our transportation sector is the leading cause of pollutants, and the people in this body have the ability to change this. Thank you again for the update and the early progress. We hope to continue to partner to ensure that CAPTI continues to be implemented and uncodified. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin, do we have more public comment?
Up next, we have Norbert Dahl.
Good morning still, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Norbert Dahl, Coast of California Project. Just two key points. One is the Climate Action Plan rests on good information. And what Caltrans has not done, but I would respectfully ask the Commission to direct or levitate Caltrans to do, is to invest in the equipment to actually measure what relative sea level is along the transportation infrastructure from San Diego and San Clemente to Mendocino County and Humboldt County and Del Norte, because as all of us know, the coast is incredibly diverse geomorphologically, as well as in other systems. And the sea level, relative sea level that occurs in one place is generally very different from other places, but Caltrans is being asked to use international data or national level data, which does not really reflect either current conditions, short-term trends, or, forgive me, long-term trends over the next 100 years, the investment cycle in infrastructure along this coast and the waters that are attached to it, like San Francisco Bay and the wetlands up and down the state. So, bottom line, respectfully request that the Commission give guidance to Caltrans to actually put into the field the measuring devices, water level gauges, and similar things, so that you can actually work off of a real world data set rather than global so-called eustatic climate change driven water levels around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other public comment, Justin?
I see no other public comment at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Commissioners, I am aware that we would like to have some comments from Commissioner Bradshaw, Commissioner Grisby, and Commissioner Martinez. So Commissioner Bradshaw, let's start with you.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for the presentation. A couple things. One of the things under CAPTI metrics is to look at job quality and measurement. And if you can illuminate me to the tools that you were used to measure that. You know, obviously, I mean, I would say that when you look at job quality, using the Department of Industrial Relations data in relation to apprenticeship programs and the use of apprentices, but there's also, it's my understanding that Caltrans has adopted the LCP tracker system, which is a private tracking tool as well. So that's one. And just on another note, on the Caltrans VMT mitigation playbook, right? And there's a research project that goes to that. And I was just wondering for an update on how that research is going, if possible. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Commissioner Bradshaw, for those questions. In terms of the kind of metrics work. So we are contracting with the Mineta Institute, Mineta Transportation Institute, to do some research on metrics for us in terms of measuring jobs and kind of economic prosperity overall. I know one of the tools they're using, or the main tool they're using, is InPlan. I can get you more information from them on the specifics of the data being used and what that looks like, so we can follow up on that for you. In terms of the VMT mitigation work, Caltrans did work with CLE, the Center for Law, Environment, and Energy out of UC Berkeley, to do a VMT mitigation study. I believe, I can double check, but I believe that study is complete and on the Caltrans website. So that was kind of an independent commission study that's supposed to help provide a bit of a roadmap for the department on how to set up VMT mitigation apparatuses, whether those are exchanges or banks, to help facilitate easier VMT mitigation.
Thank you.
Just, sorry, Chair Norton, just to follow up, we did look into, me and my team looked into InPlan, and my assessment of that is it's very broad and doesn't really drill into quality of jobs in California. So again, I believe there's tools to the state and also programs like LCP that Caltrans has already adopted that would give a better on the construction workforce, which actually has been declining, unfortunately. So looking at barriers possibly that are happening in the construction workforce over the last 20 years. But just, I would again like your thoughts, doesn't have to be today, obviously, and I would like to look at what you got on InPlan, but we do not believe that's a robust enough tool. Just a comment. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. We'll note that and circle back with the researchers and see, kind of what their thoughts are on what that tool can and can't do, and what other options we have to further explore job quality. Appreciate that.
Great. And then Commissioner Grisby.
Thank you, Chair Norton. It's almost like we're going back in history. In fact, congratulations to you as well. I remember my first meeting. I remember you being in the hot seat over this item. So congratulations on enduring this far and all the accomplishments. So, one of the questions I have is, when do you think would be an appropriate time to start to evaluate the investments and the durability and impact of guideline changes that we made? Thanks.
It's a great question, Commissioner. So I think, the general timeline that I think makes sense is looking at over the next year. We have this contract with MTI to really build us a framework for how to do measurements of project outcomes. We're going to be working with commission staff and with Caltrans on that study with the researchers. Once we have that tool, I think a lot of it will be driven on cycle SB1 cycle 3 timelines in terms of when those investments are made. And then at that point, once we have investments to look at both for that cycle, also the upcoming TIRCP investments will be done by then. We already have a cycle of ITIP under our belt since CAPTI adoption. I think we'll have a robust enough set of investments across kind of the portfolio of programs that CAPTI was meant to help direct discretionary investments for, and will be a good point in time at that point after SB1 cycle 3 to kind of reflect on where we are and where we go from there.
And then Commissioner Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And very quickly, Darren, thank you for the report and presentation. I have a question. Is we're embarking on the new guidelines and what the RTP is going to look like, the CTP, the long range transportation plan at the regional level with the transportation agencies. CAPTI specifically is looking at how do we leverage the state transportation, but we have a lot of pipeline projects within those constrained and unconstrained plans. right? Some of them, they may not meet the demand or or as the governor says, the moment. And so how are we going to move forward with this executive order, understanding, prior, plans that were constrained and unconstrained that are looking for funding, right? And so there's something for us to start thinking about and what that's going to look like and how are we going to be able to give notice, to agencies, cities, because, when I went to the League of Cities last month, a lot of folks were still talking about, some of the, those legacy projects that they have in those plans, but they just never had the funding. And so, they're trying to, as we are getting, we have this opportunity to receive billions of dollars in infrastructure dollars. Their hope is, oh man, we're going to leverage that. And so I think it's imperative that we start thinking about that and how do we communicate and work throughout the state with local agencies, not just in transportation, but with cities as well, and how all this unfolds as we move forward with the guidelines in the CTP, RTP, and the long range transportation plan.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's a great point, and I think one that we at CalSTA, and I know folks at Caltrans have been thinking a lot about, and it's obviously probably the most challenging aspect of this work is that we have long lead times for projects. Things take a long time. Any change you make at any point in time, you got to figure out how that impacts an entire workload. As you've heard kind of through the CSIS work and other work, I think Caltrans is thinking about those questions. I think the important message and frame on that is this is not about picking winners and losers and saying, okay, we now have a new set of a new framework in terms of what projects are moving forward. Everyone else, sorry, go home. This is really about working with partners, looking for opportunities to evolve projects, to change scopes of projects, to add components of projects, to mitigate projects depending on the situation, and basically coming to kind of reasonable agreements between the department and local sponsors on what makes sense to get Caltrans to fund a project. This is I think one thing that's important to note. None of this is new in terms of the fact that we've always had to prioritize projects for funding. We've done that, for a very long time. It's just bringing in a new element of complexity in terms of how you prioritize those and the work it'll take to get some folks to the point where they can really rise to the top.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thanks. I wanted to ask one last question, and that was, as you're evaluating the investments, are you looking at, for example, if you have a fill a gap, or in a bike project, or if you're adding something that adds to a network and makes the whole network more useful, are you looking at the network effects? And also, are you looking at the number of users of something? So improving a bike corridor might not be a high ticket item as compared to a subway, but you might have a lot of users that you've just enabled. So how are you adding these sort of qualitative and quantitative about what you've done to improve a system, especially to meet the CAPTI goals?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and goes to another kind of aspect of complexity that I think folks have spoken to here earlier in terms of data needs. Those are considerations that I think I don't want to speak on behalf of Caltrans, but I do think that Caltrans is taking as they're evaluating projects. They're having to evolve and think about new types of projects, new aspects of projects they haven't in the past. I think one of the big needs, particularly on active transportation projects, is more robust data. But I think they're doing their best with the tools that they have.
Is there?
Yeah, just to follow up, Chair. So yeah, one of the questions I have is, have you noticed that project sponsors are in fact taking the opportunity to change what their project looks like to be responsive to CAPTI, to be kind of a good players in the process? Or are you noticing more resistance overall?
I think since what I've just anecdotally seen with folks that we've spoken to and conversations that we've had since the adoption of CAPTI is that folks are very eager and willing to work on okay, what can we do on this project? I think there's obviously there's going to be a lot of at times frustration on something that's that's been waiting for a really long time to move, and all of a sudden, there's a need for something different or additive to the project. But I think we've seen a lot of interest and willingness from folks to think about how those projects can evolve or add components or add mitigation. I know the SB 743 team at Caltrans in particular is doing a lot of work on mitigation and finding a lot of willing partners on projects to work on that. So I'm feeling pretty positive about kind of the buy-in and willingness for folks to kind of work on these issues.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Since this is an informational item, we don't need to take a vote. So thank you very much, Darwin.
All right, thank you.
And thank you to Matthew and all the CTC team that has helped achieve these in, again, an expedited timeline. So the next item we're on is item 66. Alicia Siqueira.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tab 66 is an action item to adopt the fiscal year 2022 road maintenance and rehabilitation account, local streets and roads, funding subsequent report of eligible cities. For jurisdictions to be included in this list, they had to submit an eligibility report. Jurisdictions had to adopt by resolution a list of projects expected to be funded with the fiscal year program funds for eligibility in the year that it sought. The list and resolution had to be received by the Commission staff no later than September 30th, 2022. At our August Commission meeting, the Commission adopted the initial eligibility list in which 525 of the 539 eligible jurisdictions were deemed eligible for funding at that time. They began receiving their funds in September. The remaining 14 cities had their funds withheld and held back by the State Controller's Office. Commission staff has now confirmed that the 14 remaining cities identified in Attachment B did intend and successfully sought subsequent funding eligibility on or by September 30th, 2022. The Commission must adopt this list on or before October 30th, 2022 and transmit to the State Controller's Office for disbursement by November. With your adoption, this will mark the fourth cycle in which 100% funding for eligibility has been obtained by the jurisdictions participating in this program. It is staff's recommendation that the Commission adopt the fiscal year 2022-23 road maintenance and rehabilitation account, local streets and roads funding subsequent report of eligible cities as provided in Attachment B, and direct staff to transmit the list of eligible jurisdictions to the State Controller. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Are there any public commenters on this item?
We have no public comment at this time.
Great. And any commissioners that wish to speak on this item? If not, can I entertain a motion?
Move to approve.
Davis moves, Falcone seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Okay, we are now on item 67. Commission policy on project support letters. Justin?
Great. Good morning, Commissioners, or somewhere about there.
Can you speak closer to your microphone?
Yes. Tab 67 is an action item authorizing the Executive Director to submit letters of support from the Commission on behalf of projects seeking federal discretionary funding. With the many funding opportunities established in the IIJA, staff is anticipating an increase in requests for support letters from the Commission. So the attached policy creates flexibility for the Commission to express support for projects before critical deadlines without having to wait for a Commission meeting to take formal action, while also ensuring that those projects that the Commission supports are consistent with the Commission's policy goals. Staff recommends approval of the attached policy.
Okay. Public comment?
No public comment at this time.
Excellent. Commissioners? Commissioner Liu?
Okay, I'm gonna give you guys one more chance. This could be quick if you say yes. My understanding based on earlier conversation with staff was that because our goals, especially when it comes to things like racial equity, have changed over time, there are some perhaps older things that you don't expect to come up for a letter of support that might be incompatible with our current goals. Is that correct?
So I'll say yes, and if there is a segment of a project that is related to a project that we funded previously, we would be considering that a new project that we want to take a look at. It would not just be doing a blanket approval for a letter for that.
Okay.
that
Well,
project.
that's a better yes than the last one I got. Thank you.
Could you repeat that? I didn't quite hear that.
Sure. So there are some projects that we've funded in the past in our competitive programs that may have either scope changes or segments that are associated with the previous project that if they're requesting a support letter from us, we would want to take a look at what they're requesting, what that scope change or new segment would be to ensure that it's consistent with our policy goals.
Executive Director Weiss, if these are letters under your name, is there anything you want to say about the policy?
No, I think Justin did a fantastic job explaining it. And as much as I'd like to go on well into lunchtime, I will refrain from.
There you go. Excellent. All right. Well, if with that, can we entertain a motion?
Motion to approve Martinez?
Second. Martinez, Falcone, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item 68 and 69.
I'm gonna register it now.
You're going to register a what?
I know.
A no.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Grisby, no. Item 68 and 69 have been withdrawn, so we are now on item 70. Tim Silverman?
Thank you. Commissioners, can you, okay, there we go. I do have a number of items, consecutive items. I'll do my best to not speak too quickly, but get through these timely. Tab 70 is
Speak quickly.
What's that?
You can speak quickly.
Well, we do have some people on the screen trying to keep up with me, but I'll do my best to not go too fast.
Thank you.
Tab 70 is an action item for a pavement rehabilitation project on State Route 66 in San Bernardino County, requesting an initial allocation that exceeds the program amount by more than 20% for the plan specification and estimates phase. Caltrans is also requesting an allocation for right-of-way support that exceeds the program amount by 18%. The plan specification estimate phase is programmed for $1.743 million and is asking for $2.879 million. The right-of-way support is programmed for $2.121 million and is requesting $2.504 million. The plan specification and estimate and right-of-way support estimates are greater than the current program amount due to the additional scope to enhance the safety, incorporating additional complete streets elements, and upgrading 2 bridges to current standards. This project previously received funding from the $100 million 2020 SHOP Complete Streets Reservation and amended Complete Streets elements into the project. Since then, during the environmental phase, Caltrans identified additional scope to incorporate into the project, most of which is also related to complete streets. Per SHOP guidelines, these components could not be adjusted when the scope was being expanded due to the scope change taking place during the fiscal year in which it was programmed. Future phases are also being amended at today's meeting to account for the new scope. Due to the type of scope being added, staff would like Caltrans to include the increased cost to be part of the tracking of the 2020 SHOP Complete Streets Reservation. Staff has reviewed the project and the request and recommends approval for this item.
No public comment at this time.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any comments or could we make a motion?
I'll move the item.
Do we have a second? Lou, Grisby, all those in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Item 71, and are you going to take 71 and through 74 together?
At 71 by itself.
Okay.
Item 71 is an action item for a transportation management systems project on State Route 1 in San Mateo County, requesting a supplemental allocation for pre-construction support for the plan specification and estimate phase in the amount of $590,000. The project realized cost increases to this phase due to the need for additional coordination with 3 local agencies to obtain approvals for 3 coastal development permits. Each agency is utilizing their own process to engage the public by holding hearings, as this project has received more public attention and engagement than was originally anticipated. Permit application reviews by the local agencies have resulted in additional changes to the locations of the variable message signs and has required additional plan revisions, multiple environmental revalidations, hearing continuances, and delays to the approvals of the permits by the local agencies. The supplemental funds are needed to address the efforts required for responses to the outcome of the public and local agency hearings, revising PS&E to incorporate permit conditions and new design standards, and to advertise, award, and approve the contract. Are there any questions on this item?
I know I have one. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment on this item.
Okay, and is Director El-Twanzi here. Thank you so much. It's my understanding with these items that you are trying to implement safety signs and that you're getting a number of agencies that are pushing back and public comment, but you are ultimately trying to help protect the public with safety signs. Can you talk a little bit about this? And I know we have some subsequent others that are increasing the cost and time just to implement safety signage again, and that is really important to make sure the public is safe from wildfires or erosion of our coastal, coastline. Can you tell us a little bit about why this is becoming such a problem and how we can help you expedite this and not have more taxpayer dollars spent to protect the public?
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner Norton, for the question. And good afternoon, everyone. This particular project was really a classic example of good engagement. We did go back and forth several times with the public, and we had 3 jurisdictions that the project spans. That's Pacifica, Half Moon Bay, and San Mateo County. And we required 3 different coastal development permits in order for us to be able to build the project as it was scoped. One of the things that we've tried to do early on as we started the engagement process back in September 2020 was to really address as many concerns as we can early on so that we are able to advance the project. First, when we heard from the public that they don't like the big signs, we changed the size of the signs, and then we went back to the drawing board to see what other considerations we can take in. The other thing that we've done is we started going back and forth about the locations of the signs. They did not like certain locations, and we were definitely willing to work with the public in order for us to get to the right locations, understanding that this is a coastal route and it has its own character, and we were very cognizant of that. But the going back and forth went on for a while, and we contemplated when do we pull the plug on the project, really. But as you mentioned, Commissioner Norton, this is an important project for the community because it would allow us to detect traffic conditions out there when they are happening, and then transmit that into our TMC and allow us the prompt response that we need to. This route has experienced PSPS before, power shutdowns. It has experienced 2 wildfires and numerous incidents where there was just gridlock. Nobody was going anywhere, and it was really hard for us to really address these conditions without having that immediate and in-time communication between the sites and our traffic management center.
So now that you have the agreement, when can these signs go up? Because we're concerned about making sure that the public is notified on these challenges, and I know that's your goal as well.
Unfortunately, out of the 5 signs that we were planning to put out there, only 2 got approved. So Pacifica approved us, and there was another one that was outside the Coastal Commission jurisdiction, so that one's also going on. The other 3 signs we just received as of a day ago from San Mateo that they were not approved. So we're only going to be putting up 2 signs. However, we're still putting in the wireless detection systems, so that information will be transmitted to our traffic management center, and that would be very helpful. And we are going to see what we can do to mitigate that situation and have PMS signs that are ready to deploy. And we're also coordinating very closely with first responders just to make sure that we are trying to have a plan B on how we're going to deploy these as needed.
Well, for the protection of the public, I do want to make sure we move forward, but you're telling me that it's now twice the cost for 2/5 of the signage. So I just want to make a note of that, and let's figure out how we can move forward on ways in which we can implement these protections for the public and not be stuck in these issues that have less information given to the public. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions, commissioners?
I have one question with the new information that was brought up today.
Okay.
With the request that's being presented, but only delivering much less of a scope, is the requested supplemental, is the full amount of it needed, or will some of it not be used?
Yeah, we project that we will need the full amount, and there's a number of things that we're addressing based on that request. As I mentioned, the scope of the project was not only the 5 signs, we have also the 6 wireless detection systems that we're putting out there that's still going in. We also have the update of the CMS signs at the Thomas Lenson tunnels that are still going in. We are going to be using these funds to actually update our plans. Also, our specs and plans require an update every fall, so we need to upgrade all the plans and pull out the signs that we are not going to be able to construct from the plan set. So we're expecting that this funding would last us through award of the project.
Okay, thank you. We have no public comment on this item?
No public comment on this item.
Okay, commissioners?
Tim, you're okay?
Yeah, we can work with the district to better understand what the difference is based on the request, but if they need the money.
Yeah.
They need the money.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Second.
Commissioner Davis, all those in favor?
Aye.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 72.
Commissioners, I am going to attempt to combine or present 72 through 79 and take one vote at the end, or make one recommendation at the end.
Thank you.
Item 72 is an action item for a bridge rehabilitation project on State Route 1 in Ventura County, requesting a supplemental allocation for pre-construction support for the plan specification and estimate phase in the amount of $4.1 million. The project requires additional funding due to the change of scope from a bridge rehabilitation to a bridge replacement. This project was originally programmed to replace a steel span and upgrade the bridge railing to current standards. However, during design, it was determined the entire bridge would require a seismic retrofit. And after performing a cost-benefit analysis, it was determined that replacing the bridge would be more cost-effective than retrofitting. All future phases have been amended to reflect the change to the bridge replacement strategy and adjust the schedule. Item 73 is an action item for a pavement preservation project on State Route 1 in Los Angeles County, requesting a supplemental allocation for pre-construction support for the right-of-way support phase in the amount of $1.3 million. The project requires additional funding for the right-of-way support phase due to additional survey work needed to identify existing right-of-way lines and to verify the need for acquisitions on parcels to perform the work. Also, there were delays to the utility verification process to determine any conflicts that would require relocation. Along the 15-mile length of State Route 1, the project proposes to also reconstruct curb ramps at 400 locations. The department was not able to determine the final right-of-way needs until the existing property lines were established after the phase was already allocated. Right-of-way efforts are still needed to evaluate permanent and temporary easements, involvement with the California Public Utilities Commission, potential condemnation, and efforts to address utilities not accounted for in the original allocation. Item 74 is an action item for a bridge rehabilitation pavement preservation project. Bridge rehabilitation project on State Route 75 in San Diego at the Coronado Bridge. This is requesting a supplemental allocation for pre-construction support for the project approval and environmental document phase in the amount of $18.9 million. This project came to the commission in June to fund the second part of the environmental phase, with a third part to be funded in the future. Instead of approving that proposal, the commission requested Caltrans to update the scoping document to be able to document the basis of the amount of funding needed to complete the entire phase. Also to brief the commission and to come back at the October meeting for the request. Caltrans has provided the updated scoping document and briefed the commission last week. During the briefing, CTC staff asked that the department provide additional details as it relates to how the requested supplemental funds will be applied to the remaining activities to complete the environmental phase. This information has been provided and will be used as part of ongoing oversight of this important seismic retrofit project. Determining the final seismic retrofit strategy for this unique bridge is not an easy task, and the current construction estimate is between $250 and $450 million. Also, it is estimated that it will take up to 6 years to complete this environmental phase. Due to the magnitude of the request and the magnitude of the overall project, CTC staff request that Caltrans provide annual updates on the status of the completion of this phase starting in January 2024. Tab 75. Item 75 is an action item for a bridge rehabilitation project, bridge road replacement upgrade project on State Route 96 and 196 in Humboldt County that is requesting $2,828,000 of supplemental funds to award the contract. In April of 22, the department advertised the contract, held bid openings, and 3 bids were received, the lowest which was 31.6% above the engineer's estimate. Item 76 is an action item for a safety improvement project on State Route 135 in Santa Barbara County that is requesting $5,709,000 of supplemental funds to award the contract. In June of 22, the department advertised the contract, held bid opening in July of 22, and the contract received 4 bids, of which the lowest bidder is 9.1% above the engineer's estimate. However, the bidder withdrew their bid, and Caltrans is now looking to award the contract to the second lowest bidder. Item 77 is an action item for a bridge preservation maintenance program project on Interstate 405 in Los Angeles County that is requesting $943,000 of supplemental funds to award the contract. In June of 22, the department advertised the contract, held a bid opening in July, and the contract received 3 bids, of which the lowest bid was 2% above the engineer's estimate, who later was found to be unresponsive. Caltrans is looking to award to the second lowest bidder. Item 78 is an action item for a major damage restoration project on State Route 110 in Los Angeles County that is requesting $645,000 of supplemental funds to award the contract. In May of 22, the department advertised the contract, held bid opening, and the contract received 3 bids, of which the lowest bid is 28.6 above the engineer's estimate. And finally, item 79 is an action item for a drainage system restoration project on State Route 78 in San Diego County that is requesting $3,538,000 of supplemental funds to award the contract. In May of 22, the department advertised the contract, held bid opening in July, and the contract received 3 bids, of which the lowest bid is 33% above the engineer's estimate. For projects, staff has reviewed the projects specifically for tabs 75 through 79. These are all supplementals to award the contract. They all have common reasons for increased costs, some of which are the current state of the economy, material price and labor increases due to inflation, and fluctuating fuel prices. Staff recommends approval for items 72 through 79. And I'd like to just call attention that as part of that recommendation, CTC staff would like annual updates on the Coronado Bridge project starting in January of 2024.
Thank you very much. Justin, do we have any public comment?
I have no public comment on these items. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, any comments, or would someone like to make a motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Commissioner Grisby, Commissioner Davis, seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Excellent. Now we are on item 80 through 82.
I'm going to do 80 first.
Great.
Item 80 is an action item for a major damage permanent restoration project on State Route 1 in Sonoma County that is requesting $8,520,000 of supplemental funds and construction support to complete construction. This project is known as the Gleason Beach Project and has been presented at past commission meetings. The project realigns approximately 4,000 foot section of highway inland by 400 feet and includes a new 850 foot long bridge over a creek in its floodplain to address constant coastal erosion intensified by sea level rise and storms. The increase in construction support is due to significant efforts and coordination required to address the environmental complexity of the site and unanticipated challenges during construction. The high level of effort needed to meet the environmental permit conditions was not fully anticipated by the department and therefore was not adequately accounted for at the time of the initial construction allocation request. CTC staff has been working with Caltrans to understand the supplemental funds request, even up until the meeting today. However, CTC staff does not yet fully understand the request and how the full amount of the request will be utilized to complete the project, specifically how it relates to the environmental commitments. Typically, CTC staff would request that an item be removed from the CTC meeting agenda and have it come back when it's ready. However, in this case, the project is currently in construction and is running out of funding. Staff does not want to slow down progress on an important environmentally sensitive project providing an essential climate adaptation solution. As such, staff would like to recommend an alternative amount of supplemental funds to keep the project moving. With an initial allocation of $4 million and the current request of an additional $8.5 million, it is apparent this project was significantly underestimated. When situations like these are identified, Caltrans should notify CTC staff sooner instead of waiting until there's almost no funding available. When considering an alternative recommendation, we wanted to use a meaningful milestone. The project is expected to move traffic to the newly constructed roadway in January of 2023. So staff will propose funding to keep the project moving through the March commission meeting. By that time, Caltrans should be able to provide the commission with a detailed estimate of the remaining construction activities and the status of the environmental commitments. Caltrans has recently submitted an estimate of approximately $3.3 million in construction support to get to the March meeting, and that this level of expenditure is expected through the end of 2023. Having a check-in at the March meeting will give Caltrans an opportunity to provide a detailed report on the efforts completed with this recommended supplemental funding and a clear and easily understood basis of the remaining funding needed to complete the project. So in conclusion, staff recommends approval for $3.3 million in supplemental funds for construction support.
Okay, Commissioner Liu had a question, and I wanted to know if we have any public comment.
We have no public comment at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Liu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So every meeting, you know, there are a couple of times I end up going down rabbit holes. And so this is one of them for this meeting. Way too much rabbit hole about Gleason Beach. But that was in part because it had come up at previous meetings before I was a commissioner. And a lot of work has gone on to this. And I developed an appreciation for all the hard work that went into negotiating the framework of the agreement so that we could deal with this, because the highway's falling into the ocean. However, it looks like the construction work proceeded on the project before all the permit requirements had been finalized. And even now, the construction agreement with the property owners, the conservation agreement part of that agreement hasn't been fully finalized. So my question is, shouldn't have all the permits and agreements been final prior to making a construction allocation in the first place? And what has changed after the construction allocation?
Caltrans, Dina can answer those questions.
And to throw more into the rabbit hole conversation, if you know when the environmental commitments are going to be finalized, I'd like to know that too.
Thank you, Commissioner Liu, for the question. Yes, definitely this project was unique in the sense that we got, when we started construction, it was all conditional permitting. And when you have conditional permitting, as you start going through the construction process, usually the permitting agencies' requirements could easily evolve, and it takes a lot more coordination at that level than having it before the project. We recognize the importance of the project and the need to keep it moving forward. So at that time, conditional permitting was acceptable to us, knowing that we're going to have to take the risk on what these conditions will evolve into. So that's definitely the reason why we did it back at that time. There is, and you ask a very valid question, which is, when are we going to be somewhat certain about the requirements? So right now we are working towards completing the habitat mitigation and the monitoring plan. In order for us to be able to do that, we need to have, it really depends on the conservation easement that we're working on. And the conservation easement would require the property owner's agreement on that. So we've been really working back and forth with the property owner, trying to secure that agreement. I think once we reach that stage, we will be more confident in what needs to happen. There's also other things that are going on in addition to construction. That's the coordination with the county. We still need to remove all the debris that's left over from the houses that went down in that area. And we also need to work with them on the funding for the coastal trail as well. So these are other parts that are working in parallel with the construction.
We're obligated to clean up the houses that fell off?
No, we're obligated to work out an agreement with the county for the amount and the permitting required.
We're not paying for the houses. If the road falls into the ocean, we should clean it up. But if the houses fall in, that's not on us, right?
I really don't have the specific answer on what the agreement entails, so I don't want to misspeak, but.
Okay. And I mean, with regard to the habitat mitigation, it looks to me like the solution that was negotiated was to actually improve the habitat for the creek tremendously, right? I mean, with the bridge and everything and the culvert that is prohibiting flow through there. So, I mean, I would hope that you could wrap that up because we're actually doing a good thing for habitat with this project.
We certainly are. Thank you.
Yeah. Tim? You have anything else?
That's good.
I would, okay.
I just wanted to ask if you could repeat the amount of money that you are recommending for approval?
Sure, $3,300,000 to get to with an expectation to get to the March CTC meeting.
And you can work with that, Director?
Yes, yeah, that estimate will actually allow us to switch traffic to the new road from the existing road. So it will be a great milestone for us to come back.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get that on the mic.
Okay, I'll move we make the allocation of $3.3 million for this.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second?
Second, Martinez.
Excellent. Lou Martinez, could we please call the roll? Are we?
Nope.
Move approval. How about everybody vote in unison, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Shit it. We have no public comment, correct?
No public comment, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, item 81.
Commissioners, I'll be presenting items 81 through 84 with a recommendation at the end. Item 81 is an action item for a bridge rehabilitation project on State Route 84 in Alameda County that is requesting $2.5 million of supplemental funds and construction support to complete construction. Project cost increases are due to the delays that occurred during construction as a result of the environmental permit requirements and contract change orders. Specifically, the project encountered an active bird nest, unstable soils, and an unidentified aquifer. In aggregate, the delays have resulted in the need of an additional 170 working days, which increased the support costs beyond the original programmed amount. Item 82 is an action item for a safety improvement project on State Route 74 in Riverside County that is requesting $2,064,000 of supplemental funds and construction support to complete construction. The project realized cost increases to construction support due to differing site conditions, man-made buried objects, traffic control revisions, surveying, restaking, unanticipated conflicts between drainage systems and retaining wall anchors, and issues with storage and removal of vegetation. In addition, 26 working days were added to the project. Tab 83 is an action item for a weigh station weigh in motion facility project on Interstate 5 in Siskiyou County that is requesting $90,000 in supplemental funds in construction capital to close out the contract. The project realized cost increases due to claims filed by the contractor against the department. During construction, the project required contract change orders to perform various building work, and the contractor contended that the department issued contract change orders that did not account for overhead needs. The department and the contractor had several meetings and settled at $150,000 to resolve the claims, as the department has $60,000 remaining on the project. Supplemental funds in the amount of $90,000 are needed to be able to close out the project. And item 84 is an action item for a traffic management systems project on Interstate 5 in San Diego County that is requesting $1,095,000 of supplemental funds in construction capital to close out the contract. The project realized cost increases due to claims that were filed by the contractor. The contractor contended that the department breached the contract by reclassifying aerially deposited lead soils during construction and improperly deducted monies owed to them for the cost savings. In addition, the contractor claimed that the contract change orders resulted in delays and disruptions to the project. The project went to arbitration. Prior to arbitration, the claims totaled $3,535,000. During mediation, the parties agreed to the mediator's proposal of $1,800,000. The department has savings of $705,000 in construction capital and is requesting an additional $1,095,000 in supplemental funds to close out the project. Staff has reviewed the projects and the requests for items 81 through 84 and recommends approval for these items.
Public comment?
No public comment.
Commissioners, do you have any comments or could we make a motion?
Second.
Grisby, Falcone seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item 85.
Commissioners, tab 85 is a supplemental funds allocation request for $562,000 to the Capital Region Freight I-5 project in Sacramento County. Caltrans held the bid opening in August 2022, and bids came in above the engineer's estimate. The cost increases were attributed to supply shortages, inflation, and fluctuating fuel prices. Major price differences were seen in the traffic control system, aggregate base, and ground anchors bid items. If this allocation request is not approved, the project would be delayed and would have to recompete in a future SB1 cycle at a potentially greater cost. Caltrans requests a supplemental funds allocation to award the project to the lowest responsible bidder in order to avoid delays. Staff has reviewed this request and recommends approval.
Thank you, Justin.
No public comment.
Excellent.
Make the motion.
Davis, do we have a second?
Second.
Grisby, all those in favor?
Aye.
Item 86.
86 is an action item to approve amendments to the 2022 SHOP. These SHOP amendments will add 26 new projects to the 2022 SHOP and will also revise 45 projects that are currently programmed in the 2022 SHOP. Just as a real quick note, for the sake of time, I just wanted to highlight what Keith Duncan highlighted in his presentation. 28 of the 45 revised projects are for the purpose of fully funding contingency projects. And those, which means construction was previously unfunded and now we're funding construction. And that amounts to approximately $1.7 billion in new SHOP programming. So staff appreciates that Caltrans was prepared and is taking swift action to help use up some of the funding capacity that was identified left over from last year. So staff has reviewed these amendments and recommends approval of this item.
Great. And the total amount that you're recommending approval?
It is not an allocation, it is just amendments. So I just wanted to highlight that dollar amount just for the sake of our knowledge.
Thank you so much, John. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment.
Commissioners, do you wish to make a motion?
Second.
Falcone, Lou, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 87.
87 is an information item reporting on allocations made by Caltrans for emergency projects in the 21-22 fiscal year. Please note there is a small change on the change list for this book item. Just as a quick high-level overview, the major damage reservation for 21-22 was $540 million, and Caltrans made a total of $487 million in delegated allocations. There's a detailed list in the book item. Approximately 160 million of that was for wildfires, 130 million was for storm events, and 113 million was to address damage from homeless encampments, which is some of the stuff you've been asking about, Commissioner Martinez. And then there's another 90 million or so of miscellaneous. And just one other note that I wanted to highlight real quickly is some of these damages are eligible for federal reimbursement from FHWA. And so Caltrans applies for that. And this year they got back substantially more than they have in the past. Caltrans received $594 million in reimbursement from FHWA. So that was significantly more, and it contributed to part of the reason we had such a high amount of unused capacity from last year, because that added to the capacity. So staff has reviewed this report and finds that it is in compliance with our resolution G2111, and I'm happy to answer questions if you have any.
Thank you so much. Any public comment?
No public comment.
Commissioners? Seeing none, we're going to move to item 88. Thank you very much for that information. Lori?
Item 88 is an action item to amend the 2021 Active Transportation Program Metropolitan Planning Organization component for the Southern California Association of Governments. The ATP guidelines allow an MPO to amend their current cycle program of projects up until the next cycle's statewide program adoption. SCAG is requesting to delete the City of El Monte's traffic calming for Parkway Drive, Denham Drive project in Los Angeles County. This project was at the scoring threshold for funding in the Los Angeles County portion of SCAG's 2021 Active Transportation Program Regional Program of Projects and was programmed for only part of the total requested amount. In June 2022, the City of El Monte decided to withdraw this project from the program so the city could pursue full funding through the 2023 Active Transportation Program. Removing the El Monte project provides $401,000 in available funds for SCAG to bring in another project. The project that SCAG is requesting as a replacement is the City of Southgate's Hollydale Area Access Improvements Project in Los Angeles County. This project is requesting $313,000 in active transportation program funding into the construction phase. The Hollydale Area Access Improvements Project will serve a low-income neighborhood that is disproportionately burdened by air pollution and where community members have low levels of vehicle access. The project will construct over 3 miles of new bike lanes, 9 miles of bike routes, and an enhanced crosswalk with flashing beacons. These amendments will reduce the amount programmed to the 2021 Active Transportation Planning Metropolitan Planning Organization component and SCAG's regional component by $88,000, bringing the total programming amounts to $176,429,000 and $93,331,000 respectively. The unprogrammed $88,000 will be captured as savings and used to program future projects. Staff recommends your approval to amend the 2021 Active Transportation Program Metropolitan Planning Organization component for Southern California Association of Governments as described in item 88.
Thank you very much. Justin, do we have any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay, Commissioner Liu?
Yeah, I had a question about this, Lori. I love the idea of new bike facilities, but when I see class 2 and class 3 bike facilities in disadvantaged communities that are really struggling, I'd love to see those become protected bike lanes or, separate bike paths. And I was, and also, the sharrows, the lanes that are just shared lanes with vehicles. I mean, I've seen some studies that saying that they're actually more dangerous than having no painted bicycle on that lane at all. So I know studies going to both ways on that a little bit, but I was just hoping and wondering whether the City of Southgate and SCAG are going to have some plans to upgrade those bike paths at some time to something better.
So I requested that SCAG and or Southgate be available to answer that question. So I hope they are.
They hang out this long just to answer that question. Randomly, yeah, anyone. Comey, give me Comey.
Corey Wilkerson.
Oh, Corey, I love Corey. Hey, Corey.
Thank you, Commissioner Liu, for your questions. My name is Corey Wilkerson. I'm the Active Transportation Program Manager from SCAG. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah,
yes, we can. Thank you, Corey.
Great. So I'm happy to share with you that the project that is we're looking at funding is it's actually a very small project for this type of program, and it's because most of these improvements are within a small residential neighborhood. Most of the roadways within that neighborhood are very narrow residential streets with parking on both sides, and so the traffic volumes and the access through the neighborhood is not it doesn't present as much of a danger as some more busier arterials. So in speaking with the city, they did say that they do not intend to upgrade any of these facilities within this neighborhood. They feel that the class 2 and the class 3 are appropriate. And looking at the scope of the project, I actually agree with them. It's a very quiet residential neighborhood, but this project does provide crucial access to the class 1 LA River path, as well as a very important park for the community. So we ask that you approve this change to the scope and or to the MPO component and allow us to fund this project.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Corey. Appreciate it.
You got
I'll move the item.
Excellent. Will you have a second?
Second.
Lou, Davis, all those in favor?
Aye.
Excellent.
Thank you, Corey.
Okay. Item 89 has been withdrawn, so we're on item 90. Anya?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item 90 is an action item to amend the Local Partnership Formulate Program. This amendment includes 4 newly added projects and the addition of supplemental funding to 1 previously programmed project. Details for these amendments are outlined in the book item. Staff has reviewed these amendments and requests that they are consistent with the local partnership program guidelines and policies. Staff is recommending your approval.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment.
Commissioners, can we entertain a motion?
So moved.
Grisby, Bradshaw, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item 91?
Oh, you said 91, I apologize.
I said 91, sorry.
91, no problem. Commissioners, I'll take 91, tabs 91 through 96 together. Tab 91 is an information item. This is the fourth quarter report providing the progress of sub-allocations the department has made on the federal funds in federal fiscal year 21-22. Tab 92 requests to allocate $2,143,290,000 in federal funds for the local assistance federal annual allocation. Tab 93 requests to allocate $2.7 million to 5 Federal Corona Response Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2021, also known as the CRISA program. And then tab 94 requests to allocate $239,000 to 1 Planning, Programming, and Monitoring Project in Santa Barbara County. Tab 95 requests to allocate $1,885,000 to 6 locally administered STIP projects. And finally, tab 96 requests to advance $3,650,000 to 1 project in Sacramento County. Staff has reviewed these requests and finds them consistent with their program guidelines. Staff recommends approval of tabs 92 through 96. And then just as a reminder, tab 91 was an information item.
Appreciate that note. Do we have any public comment on those items?
I see no public comment on these items.
Commissioners, can we make a motion? Grisby,
Did
Falcone?
you have a question, Commissioner Liu? Almost call you Senator Liu, Commissioner Liu. I apologize.
Okay. Thank you. Grisby, Falcone, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item 97 has been withdrawn, so we are now on item 98. John?
And we will take 98 and 99 together. 98 is an action item for shop construction allocations. This item will allocate $451,558,000 for 31 shop projects. And then 99 is an action item for shop pre-construction support allocations. This item will allocate $94,122,000 for 67 shop pre-construction phases for PA&ED, PS&E, and right-of-way support. Staff has reviewed the allocation requests for 98 and 99 and recommends approval.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
I see no public comment on these items.
Commissioners?
Friendly amendment, just give me one building.
A lot of money changing hands. today. Okay. Second?
Second.
Martinez Davis, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are now, we are now on items 100 through 103. Kayla?
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. I will present tabs 100 through 103 and give a recommendation at the end of tab 103. Tab 100 is an allocation request for $1,949,000 in local partnership formulaic program funds for the state administered Highway 68 corridor project on the state highway system in Monterey County. Tab 101 is an allocation request totaling $3,168,000 for 2 locally administered local partnership formulaic program projects. $68,000 is requested for the South Coast 101 HOV lanes, Montecito to Santa Barbara segment 4D and 4E project in Santa Barbara County. Please note a slight change to the outputs on this project on the change list. $3,100 is requested for the Turner Road Interchange Operational Improvements Project in San Joaquin County. Tab 102 is an allocation amendment request for the Turner Road Interchange Operational Improvements Project in San Joaquin County. This request will not change the allocation amount, but will revise the implementing agency from Caltrans to the city of Lodi. A concurrent program amendment under tab 90 was approved for this project, and a supplemental construction allocation for this project under tab 101 is also being recommended for approval. Tab 103 is an allocation request totaling $791,000 for 2 locally administered local partnership formulaic program projects. $790,000 is requested for the City of Elk Grove's 2022 pavement slurry seal and resurfacing project in Sacramento County. $1,000 is requested for the City of Martinez's Morello Avenue sidewalk gap closure project in Contra Costa County. Staff has reviewed tabs 100 through 103, and all items are consistent with the local partnership formulaic program guidelines. Therefore, staff recommends your approval of tab 100, tab 101, 102, and 103.
Thank you very much. Justin, do we have any public comment?
We have no public comment.
Okay. Commissioners, can we make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, Bradshaw and Martinez, all those in favor?
Aye.
We're now on item 104.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tab 104 is an allocation request for $1,873,000 for the Fix 5 Cascade Gateway and I-5 Improvements Shasta project in Shasta County, Reading. The project will provide standard vertical clearance over I-5 on the northbound connector ramp, improve vertical clearance under 4 structures, add a third mixed flow through lane, install high tension cable and concrete barrier, construct 4 auxiliary lanes, widen 7 bridges, upgrade bridge rails on both sides, place overhead guide signs and warning signs as recommended, and remove and replace existing guardrail and end treatments. This project is expected to provide benefits such as improved freight throughput and safety. Staff has reviewed this request and recommends approval.
Justin, any public comment?
We have no public comment on this.
Commissioners, make a motion?
So moved.
Davis?
Second.
Second. Lou, all those in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Item 103, 105, Beverly?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I will present tabs 105 and 106 together and then give a recommendation at the end. Tab 105 is an action item to approve allocations of $23,029,000 for 12 active transportation program projects. Please note that there is a change to project number 5 on the change list. This project was originally listed as being in the MPO component, but it's actually part of the statewide component. Tab 106 is an action item to approve $120,000 of an advanced allocation for the PS&E phase for the City of Delano's bike lane and sidewalk gap improvement project programmed in fiscal year 23-24. Staff has reviewed these allocation requests and finds them consistent with the active transportation program guidelines and the adopted program. Therefore, staff recommends approval of tabs 105 and 106 with a change to tab 105 as noted on the change list.
We have no public comment, Commissioners.
So moved.
Lou? Falcone? All those in favor? Okay.
Aye.
Now on, thank you. We are now on item 107. Monica.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tab 107 is an action item, requesting to allocate $19,555,000 in transit and intercity rail capital program funds to 4 projects. The allocation includes the purchase and deployment of 25 zero-emission buses that will increase ridership and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Staff has reviewed the request and find them consistent with the transit and intercity rail capital program allocation policy and program update. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Justin?
We have no public comment.
Excellent. Commissioners, can we make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Frisbee, Falcone, all those in favor?
Aye.
We are now on the shop time extensions of 108 through 113 with 112 withdrawn. Gertej?
Thank you, Commissioners. Tabs 108 through 111 and 113 are time extensions for shop projects. Tab 112 was pulled from the agenda prior to this meeting. The shop time extension requests are for a total of 19 projects at various stages of project delivery. Please note the time extension recommendation table as part of the meeting handouts, where staff has made a different recommendation on 3 projects from the Caltrans request. Staff recommends approval of tabs 108 through 111 and 113 in accordance with the time extension recommendation table.
Okay. Seeing no public comment, Commissioners, would you like to make a motion?
So moved.
Grisby, Falcone, all those in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Now we're on item 114. Casey?
Tab 114 is a request to extend the project completion deadline by 20 months for the locally administered Route 210 widening project in San Bernardino County. Staff has reviewed this request and finds it consistent with the State Transportation Improvement Program guidelines. Staff recommends your approval.
Excellent. We have no public comments, commissioners?
Motion, oh, second, Martinez.
Davis, Martinez, all those in favor?
Aye.
Item 115, Kayla?
Commissioners, tabs 115 through 117 will be presented together with a vote taken after the presentation of tab 117. Tab 115 is an action item to approve a project completion time extension request for the locally administered local partnership formulaic program Voight Drive Street Improvements Project in San Diego County. Tab 116 is a time extension request to extend the period of contract award for the Route 7191 interchange eastbound northbound connector project in Riverside County. The project was advertised in June 2022, and the Riverside County Transportation Commission received multiple bidder inquiries requesting additional time to submit proposals due to the complexity of the project. Complexities are related to U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, requirements and allowable work windows to perform work in the Prado Dam spillway. The Riverside County Transportation Commission requests a 4-month time extension to analyze bids, evaluate potential bidder qualifications, and award the project. Tab 117 is an action item to approve a multi-funded Solutions for Congested Corridors program and local partnership formulaic program time extension for the Marin-Sonoma Narrows segment C2 HOV Lanes Gap Closure Project located in Sonoma County. Approval of this item would extend the period of project completion of the construction phase of the project for 20 months to April 30th, 2024. These requests are consistent with the program guidelines mentioned above and the timely use of funds policy. Staff has reviewed all of these requests and recommends approvals of tabs 115, 116, and 117. Thank you.
Thank you. I see we have no public comment. Commissioners, can we make a motion?
So moved.
Grisby, Lou, all those in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. We are now on 118 through 120. Alika?
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. Tabs 118, 119, and 120 will be grouped together and voted on after item 120 has been presented. Tabs 118, 119, and 120 are action items to consider 6 contract award time extensions, 2 project completion time extensions, and 1 project development expenditure time extension in the active transportation program. These requests are consistent with ATP guidelines, and staff recommends approval of tabs 118, 119, and 120 as shown in the time extension table.
Excellent. Seeing that we have no public comment, commissioners, can we make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Davis, Lou, all those in favor?
Aye.
You're on item 121. Monica?
Item 121 is a 20-month request to extend the period of project completion deadline for 2 components of the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program Project, Los Angeles City, leading the transformation to zero-emission electric bus transit service project. Staff has reviewed the request and find it consistent with the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program allocation policy. Staff recommends approval.
Excellent. Seeing that there's no public comment, commissioners, could we please make a motion?
So moved.
To approve. Do we have a second? Bradshaw. Martinez, Bradshaw, all those in favor?
Aye.
Items 122 and 123, John?
Items 122 and 123 are both time extensions from the Proposition 1B Local Bridge Seismic Retrofit Program. 122 is for 2 projects for the period of contract award, and 123 is for 1 project for the period of project completion. Both of these time extensions are consistent with the Commission's Local Bridge Seismic Retrofit Account guidelines, and staff recommends approval of items 122 and 123.
Okay, seeing that we have no public comment.
So moved.
Davis, second. Who else? Who seconded? Davis moved, 2 seconds. Grisby, all those in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you. Now we're on 124 and 125, our last items.
Commissioners, tab 124 is an action item to approve a multi-funded Solutions for Congested Corridors program, local partnership program, formulaic and competitive, and Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program post-fact time extension for project completion for the locally administered Redlands Passenger Rail Project located in San Bernardino County. According to the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority, the project experienced delays due to vandalism, a vehicle collision causing damage to a train signal house, and a homeless encampment fire. The agency missed the opportunity to request a completion time extension due to a clerical error where wrong dates were entered in the deadline monitoring tool. Despite the extraordinary and unforeseen circumstances, the agency estimates the start of rail service by October 2022, but needs additional time for punch list items to close out contract acceptance. Approval of this item would extend the period of project completion of the construction phase of the project for 18 months to December 31st, 2023, for each of the programs named. Commission staff recommends your approval of tab 124.
I see we have no public comment. Commissioners, do you want to make a motion? Frisbee? Falcone seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item 125, Lori?
Okay, 125 is an action item. The city of Pasadena is requesting a 7-month post-fact time extension to complete the construction non-infrastructure phase of the Pasadena Safe Routes to School Education and Encouragement Program project. This project will provide a comprehensive active transportation education and encouragement program to students at 9 disadvantaged schools in the Pasadena Unified School District. The project was awarded in April 2019, which means that the program activities needed to be completed by April 2022. In March 2021, the city contacted Caltrans to explain that they needed more time to complete the project. There was some miscommunication in this conversation between the city and Caltrans, and the city revised its internal project schedule to reflect the programming change, but they never submitted a formal time extension request. The error was discovered when the city's final project invoice was rejected by Caltrans. Now the city needs additional time to liquidate the funds and pay out the $48,103 that was spent between April 2022 and June 2022 to complete this project fully. Unfortunately, this is a post-fact time extension, which we don't love, but because the city had communicated with Caltrans and believed that they had more time and that they did everything that they thought they needed to do, staff supports the city's request for a 7-month post-fact time extension for project completion.
Thank you very much for this additional information, Lori. I see we have no public comment. Commissioners, can we make a motion?
Motion to approve Martinez.
Okay, sir.
Martinez, Lou, all those in favor?
Aye.
Wonderful. That completes our agenda, but we have 3 important things to do. First, I would like a round of applause for our sign language interpreter who I could barely see. Thank you so much for making sure that we are living up to our promises to make our meetings accessible to all. This is very, very important, and I want to thank you. Additionally, I want to just remind us all today that we approved a grand total of $2.9 billion in projects, which reflect 32,397 jobs created. So thank you very much. This is more, by the way, than we've approved in all previous meetings this year. But year to date, without that, is $2.7 billion with 29,728 jobs. That is enormous and well done. Finally, if we could just have a moment of silence as we adjourn in the name of Mary Guzman, who perished on the I-5 freeway, and Maria Arevalos, who perished on Highway 50. We hate to lose any of our members, and we want to adjourn in their memory today. Thank you very much. And with that, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for putting